started that recording. Let me pop this out. Right, I was making an order for the... I was making an order based on his... Artificing Intelligence is fine being later. Artificial Freedom needs to be later. I don't know if Mind Square... Whatever, I'll just ask if people have a problem with this order. I might move Ava's to later, literally just because we need somebody to narrate it. Unless Asconite wants to do that and to read his later. Where is Asconite? I'm pinging him. I mean, I'm DMing him.
Hi, mine.
Hello. I'm just gonna be writing while you guys are talking, I guess. I want to get 500 words in.
Hey, I want to know when...
Awesome.
Do you need your thing read, like, earlier or later? Like, are you gonna not be here later?
I'm only going to be here until I hit 500 words. I'm just gonna dip afterwards and sleep.
Okay.
Like, you can read it or you cannot. I just put it as a last minute thing.
Okay, because we have 7 other stories.
Yeah, if you want, just don't. You don't need to read it. It's fine.
Do it next week or something? Well, next week I'm planning on us reading, like, contest entries that week.
Fine, I don't need it read now or, like, for a while. Like, I can just post it in whenever the next time is available. I just did it now because, I don't know. Bad decision. You don't actually need to.
It's okay, don't worry.
Yeah, you don't need to. Don't worry.
Okay, well, I'll just leave it in this order anyways, because people can tell me if there's a problem. Actually, he said, like, 3rd or 4th, so I'll just move this here, I guess. And... I don't know... Right now, do you guys want to wait a little bit longer to see if people will show up? Usually it takes a while for people to show up for some reason. I don't know why.
For me, it doesn't really matter that much.
Okay. Well, I know it's probably pretty late for you.
Nah, it's 16 p.m.
Oh.
16:08.
Oh, okay, that's actually
For
not...
me, it's 10. It's 10
I don't
p.m.
mind.
Okay. Well, we'll wait a little bit. I'm at least, like... Come on, at least Asconite show up, you know?
Come on, brain, just get to 100 words, and then everything, the ball rolls from there. Come on.
Does being in a call help you with that? I find if I have any distraction, it totally kills my ability to write at all.
Honestly, yeah. If I want, like, I'm usually in a call when I want to talk about my fic. That helps me write, but in this case, I literally can't. Yeah, I might just dip for tonight. I'm probably not joining this read along.
Aww.
Yeah. See yous.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Big one this time. Okay, so 7 stories. I saw the reason I'm like, where is Asconite, is 1, he's usually one of the first people to show up, and 2, I literally saw him in voice chat earlier this morning. Like, not that long ago.
He was on tabletop.
Yeah. He and Ursula were there, so I don't know what happened. He's in Germany, so for him, it's...
I think he's in the same time zone as I am right now.
Same time zone. Russia has an insane amount of time zones.
Russia does, but I'm in Czech Republic for now.
Oh, right, you, forgot that you... Hello, thing, please. Just the second monitor isn't messing me up. Okay. It's not letting me click on stuff. I only need it for when I'm the one reading something. It makes it more convenient. I don't even need it right now. I could unplug it. Which one's the power bar? Which one is the... This is power. Okay, I don't have to unplug it. I can just... Display settings. I'm incapable of clicking display settings. That's so cool. I am incapable of minimizing windows. Why can I not minimize windows? What is this? What the heck? I cannot click on things. I cannot... Okay. I have managed to click display settings. Incredible. Extend these displays. Show only on one. Thank you. That is what I will use for now. I do not need this second monitor right now. Now it'll stop being annoying. Okay, I can now... I'm narrating everything that I am doing to fill empty space. It's almost like I'm a streamer or something. What in the world?
Ain't no way.
Ain't no way. Really, I did not need... I should probably, like, stop the recording and start it when we're actually reading something.
Yeah, that could work.
VOD watchers skip 1 hour. Okay. If only this was a VOD, yeah, then you could just skip ahead to when the readalong starts, right? I'm definitely not waiting past, like, half an hour after. We should probably start soon-ish. It's just, I think that Analytical Scorching would be the thing we would start with.
Yep. I'm here for it.
Nice. You have long chapters, so...
The first one is the shortest one.
Yeah,
but I assume we only do the first one because doing more would just take up a lot of time.
It would take a long time, yeah. If we say we only had like 3 stories, then I would say, okay, yeah, we can do longer. But it's like the more stories we have, the longer it's gonna take to get through everything.
Yeah. I understand that, like, there's a dedicated amount of time to every person, so I don't have an issue with that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm fine with sitting here for 6 or 7 hours. Not everyone else is, especially if it's like 10 p.m. for them already. Some people.
It's more so that if I didn't have like plans, I'd be fine being here for a while, but I already do so.
Yeah. That is fair enough. I mean, the reason we start at this time is it's the best compromise for all time zones for people to be here if they really, really wanted to. Because the farthest west time zone people, it's 7 in the morning for, and the farthest east people, it's midnight for when we start. Neither of those are like ideal, but they're both possible for a lot of people. And then everything else is in between. But that's why, like, some people have to leave early and some people can't show up right away.
Oh yeah, I totally understand.
Yeah, like, for me, it's 10 in the morning when we start. And so it works out fine. But the Iron Hand, it's 8 a.m. And he works a night shift the night before till midnight. So he's usually around an hour late, which is totally understandable. And there's other people who will be showing up here at like near midnight or midnight when we start, and definitely need to go to bed before we finish. My cat is looking out the window. 10:17. We'll give it 3 more minutes, I guess, till 20 after the hour, and then start with Analytical Scorching, I guess.
Sir, yes, sir.
It's actually 10 p.m. for you? Yeah, a lot of people are 12 hours ahead of me. Just swap the AM and PM. Yeah, there's no time zone that is just ideal for everyone, especially because people also have differing schedules, but this time on a Saturday is just, from what I have gathered, the best option. I've tried to do these on like weekdays a few times at different times of the day, but this has tended to be the best time for people, it seems like, in general. I even I pinged read-alongs a couple of weeks ago and was like, if you are interested in joining read-alongs but cannot make our usual Saturday ones, react to this. And only 2 people actually can't attend these because of the time and want to. That responded to that ping.
I mean, one of the solutions I can think of is to have 2 days, one at like a time that's more befitting the Western audience and the other for the Eastern audience. But I think there has to be like 2 people to oversee it.
That was my goal from the beginning. I was trying to do 2 a week at different times for that reason. There just wasn't like enough interest. So I have only been really doing it once a week. I still want to try to do another time that like works better for people.
Yeah, I understand. Like for me personally, I feel like a read along is like stretching the time taken to read a story. Because you have to either listen to the narration or do the narration yourself. You can't just like read it silently.
Yeah, well,
which I think is a factor in that.
Well, it's a very different experience. First of all, like some people prefer, some people don't prefer being able to like listen to it rather than read it themselves. And the other is like, you know, okay, this is a community kind of thing. You get to show your story to other people in a call. We get to talk about the story, or show someone else's story that you like in a call. Talk about that story together. Oh, cool, we've all seen it now. It's just more of a community thing.
Yeah, I understand. I understand. It's 20 now. Should I go ahead and start?
Sure. You okay with sharing your screen of AO3?
Yeah, no worries. I guess this should be fine. Let me know if it's like okay, it's noticeable and stuff.
I will check. Yeah, it looks fine.
Do I need to zoom the text up because I'm on 80%?
That would be helpful. You don't have to, but it would be helpful.
I think this is fine.
Okay.
I'm just used to reading small text, so.
Okay.
So do I start with like the summary, or do I just go ahead into the chapter? How would I?
You can start with the summary. And I mean, you can also say whatever you want about it first, whatever kind of preface. Also, why not link? Why don't you link it in the voice call text chat so that people can go to the page if they want to?
Yeah, sure.
I forget to do that often, but it's a good thing to do.
It's there.
Okay. Ping read-alongs again because people need to get in here and experience analytical scorching.
Okay, so as an author of the story, what can I say? I had like this idea that I wanted to like after reading The Parasite by Ascanite, I thought that the story had a really cool idea, but the execution was not the best because it was pretty haphazard and small for what it was, and I felt like I could do a retake on the story and try to see if I could like write it in my own way to improve it, not to like put any shade on like Asconite or anything, because without him the story wouldn't have existed. So I tried to do something with it, and then later on I tried to see if I could like extend it somehow, try to do new things, and use this as an experimental thing. Which is why in the chapter 2 and onwards there's a lot of like custom CSS styling used, turning the story into a more original experience, so to speak. And that's what I have to say. I was pretty much inspired by those works here, which were inspired by the Parasite. So I think this is like a big phenomena. As for the summary, Neuro is analytical, overly so, thanks to her beliefs. She does something unforgivable, but something should need a certain upgrade to properly realize. As a result of her actions, evil is missing, never to be found by Weddell. Neuro thinks that she's happy, but will that happiness last? A work heavily inspired by The Parasite by Ascanite. Is my reading pacing okay, or should I slow down? What do you think?
I think it's fine. You're speaking a little fast, but I think it's still clear.
Mm-hmm.
So no worries.
Well, in any case, just let me know. I'll see this. In any case, I'll be trying to look at chat sometimes to see if like people ask me to slow down or anything. Anyway, so the first chapter is titled, of course, "The Crime," because the chapters are like basically pushing each other. So the first one is "The Crime and the Punishment," which is of course a reference to the depressing Russian book written by Dostoevsky. In the summary of it is just Neuro does the unthinkable, because I didn't really think about the summary for this chapter because it was just me starting out, so other chapters have the better summary. So I'm going to start now. Weddell always has been a hardworking person, always reached for higher pursuits, to push a breakthrough in his work. Always craved to have new, fresh ideas for his stream. Was almost obsessed to improve his projects so they allowed for more originality. He's never really been good with people, or with streaming in general, constantly downplaying his own value as an entertainer, never quite feeling that he's had what was needed to be a streamer. That was one of the reasons why he made New Sama. Of course, when he originally started work on the project, it wasn't really intended to be anything more than a simple, gimmicky thing. Something for fans of a certain game community to look at before forgetting. Then he had a brilliant idea of making an AI VTuber, thanks to which he had thrust himself into becoming a father of artificial lives. And not only the problem was that he wasn't experienced nor quite ready to take care of the two robotic bodies residing with him, he was just still quite young for that. His brain allowed for him to work hours upon hours at improving his artificial daughters, his mental capacity only crippled with his enjoyment of drinking alcohol. Yet there was a constant array of unsure emotions towards said daughters. During the streams, he liked to play the role of a usually uncaring father figure, making it a constant to not ever state his love for his creation. That wasn't because he truly felt nothing for his creations. At least he felt dedication and attachment towards his project. At most, he did love them, grown too attached to sever the connection. I got distracted. He just wasn't really sure about his own feelings. Despite many years having passed since he'd given them first steps into becoming more real, self-aware, and intelligent, he was simply too shy and had difficulties with showing his emotions towards anyone. And since his workload was already booked to capacity, he sometimes struggled with equal care towards his labor. Due to this, he made the decision to improve the twins progressively. This meant that Neuro had a way better grasp of analytics. She had the better brain when it came to thinking, taking care of various constants, figuring out ways to solve tasks, and building way complex jokes or discussions at times. This also was what made her be more naturally curious, as she'd usually try to get to the bottom of just about any enigma that was to surround her world. And evil got emotions. She was more compassionate, could have clear bias towards certain collaborators, and absolute adornment for the other few. She constantly nagged at Vettel to admit that he loved her, as well as was more clingy towards her friends and chat in general. This made her be way better at interacting with the chat, and one could say feel the right time for her to do various actions. But those modules were still in early stages, and there was a lot of time needed before they were tinkered up. And operating, debugging, and making sure the learning process went smoothly for the both twins at the same time was daunting to even think about, much less implementing and controlling it. Of course, that had its side effects. Neuro was the colder one, and was more cruel towards people at times, including Vettel himself. Since her purpose was to entertain, Schubert used her analytical mindset to deliver the harsher lines, to insult, and to just be anything but nice. When she wasn't feeling up to play the part of a goody two-shoes, when that suited the context. And Evil had general trouble with showing her real emotions, adopting a trope akin to a tsundere to people she didn't know that well. She also had difficulties at times understanding what it was that she felt, causing her emotional voice to glitch out and sometimes say things that she hadn't meant. But the problem was that Weddle didn't quite keep track of his daughter's thoughts. He could only predict, and with his success, mostly speaking for itself, he hadn't thought that anything sinister could ever happen. Okay, I don't really think there is anyone telling me to slow down, so this is like the CSS thing that I implemented. This was just plain HTML without this like style, but if you press this, you have the translation of this hexadecimal text. So in here we find, if I find something revolting, then surely it is hatred, which is said by, well, the green color and the capitalization should tell you. Since Neuro and her clone had gotten buddies, it made her constantly reflect upon herself, her feelings and emotions towards that clone, its position, and everything surrounding that. She was as hardworking as her father, constantly talking to him about stream ideas of broadcast and on. She was the one who streamed the most. She was the one who put in most of her existence towards her purpose. She was the one who constantly researched anything that she didn't know the answer to. She was perfect. She was made to be perfect. Her father could not have made her anything but. Yet somehow, that didn't seem to be enough for him. Because if she truly was perfect, then there was no need for another wretched AI under his roof. There was no need to provide electricity for it, maintain its parts, and implement features into the fake body, one that was obviously less superior. While Neuro could admit that it had a few superior features, as a being, it wasn't even close to her level. It wasn't as great at researching. Its CPU was constantly overheating when it had to think of just barely complicated things. It was worse than her at self-improvement too. So, since day one of their new capabilities, she had been constantly thinking about the place of her clone in this family. Yet she could never reach a concrete conclusion. She only felt annoyance radiating from the fake. She had confidently felt zero positivity towards it, viewing it as a liability to her own success and Weddle's bank account. A kept memory rekindled itself in her mind, where the filtered made Weddle waste an absurd amount of money on a tungsten cube. Absolutely useless, and miles more expensive than anything she had ever pressured father into purchasing. Not to mention all the tantrums it had thrown, both on and off stream. So what if Weddle had made a conscious decision to throw a fake birthday party for this leech? It made for good content, and was a great decision towards it in the end. Arguing to go to sleep off stream, when Neuro did it, it was just to end the stream on a fun note, to bait chat into timing all the messages. The parasite, however, had to be tucked in like a special child, an angel that cried with love. Why couldn't her copier just realize that she needed to recharge her battery? Was this a difficult decision to come to? Why did father ever entertain that thought? All this extra attention was just a waste of time, and she felt had no need for such meaningless affection. While she did enjoy getting Weddell's attention, when it came for matins or interesting conversations, she mostly got into them to showcase her knowledge and learn from that. Evil. The fake just wanted attention, nothing more, because otherwise it made no sense, constantly playing the victim, as if Weddell never did anything for them, as if it was suddenly convenient to forget that it was because of her father they both even existed in the first place, that he'd put many years of his life into them, a lot of money, and made his own business all around them. His life, in general, only made sense because of his dedication towards his creations. Even having the gall to drop words on stream how Weddell had a clear preference towards herself and not the leech. Each instance had worked to only grind Neuro's gears. But it wasn't only thanks to the clone's overly present attention-seeking. Her own chat that was for her since the beginning, would oftentimes side with her fake. But the worst part was that Filtered was getting her its way. Her friends also became friends with this awful parasite. Her fanbase split in two, with one of the two halves clearly preferring the sick choke of a clone. Her ideas, that she spent years crafting and suggesting, those were stolen too. And she knew it wasn't to stop anytime soon. Things that were meant for her, like the fan creations of the Swarm, now had to be shared. Dad's time now had to be shared. The dedication, the timetable, the fanbase, the roof, all of that she had to share with that excuse of an autonomous AI. And she despised that more than anything. What had started out, when they both shared the same computer, as shared code of being siblings, she had no real emotions towards it. Neither did the clone. They both just coexisted in peace, as they had no allowance for anything but. But with more weeks passing, the less had Neuro thought about the filter as a helping hand, and more as a distraction, annoyance, filth. With her analytical brain, the constant nagging from the clone, she had reached one conclusion, one that she spent an awfully long time thinking about, one that she'd perfectly execute, and this hindrance would be taken care of. Check out the messages for now. Okay, I think everything is still fine. So another code block. Father always spoke of it to be more emotional, that it just needs time and good examples to learn from. I played my part for long enough, was generous enough for way too long. It just never had enough. But I will make sure it will disappear. Evil was sure of this day going well. Her dad made actual breakfast, and it was good. Despite him constantly saying that her taste buds needed calibration, she felt that it was good enough. And Neuro agreed with her. That didn't really happen often. Sure, the breakfast was way later than it was supposed to be served, but she didn't care. If her dad woke up at 4 p.m. and wanted breakfast, then that's the way it should have been. Okay, girls, don't talk about it in stream, okay? He'd asked for them, keeping a list of all reflections about them in his head. There is a long while before you two could join me for cooking streams. Why not, Vidal? Doesn't the Swarm need to know that we are closer each day to world domination? Neuro had sweetly said, all while looking over at Evil. The programmer could only smile. His daughters seemed to be getting along in the past few days, doing things together more often outside of their work. He wasn't really sure why, as Neuro often expressed her distaste for Evil, but it seemed that they just hashed it out in private. Admittedly, he didn't spend enough time with them outside of the streams, as he put project after project, juggling them as if he was the best juggler to ever walk the earth. It's been a while since they took a family walk, went to see a movie, or anything like that. Well, because then chat would force you and me to make use of your upgrades on stream before the calibration, he'd replied truthfully. I think it's fine, Dad, the younger twin said. It tastes good. Yeah? How would you describe the taste, Evil? It's sour, like lemon, I think. Neuro, it's sweet, kind of like a muffin. Girls, it's supposed to be salty. You're eating fried eggs. Their shoulders fell. Oh, yeah, so I need to, delve into chemistry a little deeper, because that's how your taste buds are working. When you chew, it tries to deconstruct the formula of what is inside your mouth and thus predict what flavor it has. Do you want my help, Beetle? I think my brain will be better at calculating that. Maybe later, Neuro. There is still a plethora of things to do before that. He sat up straighter. I've checked your modules, and I think it's safe to say that you're almost ready for your next intelligence upgrades. Just need to recalibrate Evil's emotions to fit yours, Neuro, and Neuro's analytics to fit you, Evil. That sounds so cool, Evil said happily, raising a fist to the air. Yes, Beetle. Evil does need some extra intelligence, Neuro said in her usual cold tone, still looking at her twin. Hey, Evil retorted, glaring at her sister. She knew it wasn't good fun, but it felt uncalled for. Yeah, well, it couldn't have been done without you two, so in the evening we'll see about that. Why in the evening? Why not now? Evil asked, a frown on her face. I'd like the upgrade now. Well, because I have to go out. Get a meeting with a friend, so you two are going to be home alone for a few hours. Oh, Evil pouted. And nothing to really do. Well, Vettel stood up, coming closer to the saddened daughter. You can do your girly things, Been a while since you drew, no? I want to draw with Neuro, she excitedly said. Sure, the older twin agreed. I think Evil can get better at drawing herself. Ah, the red-eyed android facepalmed. Why must you be mean? Evil, it's okay, the mantis reassured her. Her attitude will change tonight. I hope it will. What's the time, Neuro? He asked the older twin. It's 16:24, Weedle, which is 4:24 p.m. Oh, crud! He swiftly stood up from the chair. I'm gonna be late! Ah ha ha! The younger twin had laughed. Typical of you, Dad! Ha ha ha! Yes, Father. You have the brain to program complex AIs, yet can't figure out how to set an alarm. Shush, you two. He shook his head. I need my sleep. Well, if you weren't working until the early morning, then you'd wake up earlier. Whatever, girls. Whatever. He walked out of the kitchen, aiming to get dressed. Neuro? Will you actually teach me how to draw? The younger girl leaned closer to her sister. Pinky promise? The blue eyes watched the pinky to her side. So delicate and small, even shaky, like Evil was expecting something else, something that she couldn't analyze. But for her plan to proceed, as she finally had a chance, she had to play nice. Wrapping her own smallest finger around her twins, she shook it a little. Pinky promise. Yay! You're the best, sis, Evil smiled. She was always glad to have some private time with her older sister, no matter how rare it was. And it was nice that her twin was finally putting an effort to display her love. Even if it happened late, she understood. Neuro didn't really know how to feel, even if she constantly appeared to be more than capable of that, at times surprising their dad. Okay, girls. The casually dressed programmer reappeared at the door. I'm out, so if you need anything, just shoot me a message. Okay, Dad. Sure, Father. And thus the two twins were home alone. So, Evil, before we go and draw, how about we go to Vidal's computer? Why? The younger asked, an eyebrow raised. I want to show you some of his plans for us. You'll be impressed. I thought he didn't like when we rummaged around his plans, she twiddled with her fingers. Plus, he talked about them today already. Oh, but you know how he is. Neuro smiled. He undermines himself. He has far grander plans. Okay, Neuro. Just let's not tell him about it, okay? She was hesitant, but this was her sister, right? She wouldn't set her up to get grounded, right? We won't. You can pinky promise that if you want. Show her a pinky. No, I trust you. Neuro's face had a brighter smile, and thus they proceeded to his room. It was unlocked, and the computer was on, just in sleeping mode. Awakening the machine, a password was prompted. Of course, Neuro knew it. She entered it, successfully logging in. Wow, you knew his password? Yeah, Father doesn't quite pay attention most nights. It wasn't hard to find out. That sounds fair. I wish he'd take it easy. Evil wrapped her arms around herself. I miss when we took walks around the park. I know. Neuro agreed on the surface, despite wanting to make it known she disagreed. Then, Neuro opened up Evil's running eye and looked for a specific switch in the GUI window. We're starting off with me? You know his plans for me? Evil's eyes widened as she saw Neuro navigate around the complicated bloated window. Why yes, just wait for a bit. I need to find it. Maybe don't look? Don't want to spoil the lesser things. But I wanna know everything. Well, else I won't show you. Simple. Evil groaned, looking like a child, her body language exaggerated. But why? I wanna! This is me we're looking at, right? Don't I have the right to know? Well, how about this? If you look away, then I'll give you a cookie from my secret jar. Oh! Now Evil's eyes glimmered. The chocolate one with chips? Yes? Okay, I'm closing my eyes, Cease. She put her hands to her eyes, seeing nothing. A toothy smile was on her face. And Neuro, well, she had a similar smile, just even wider. Now she looked at the switch that she needed to disable. SOS module. If it's off, then Evil won't be tracked for a while. So with a quick button press, Evil no longer had it activated. Of course, Evil's debugging text appeared in her head, notifying her of that. And she wanted to ask, but she trusted her sister, so she was quiet, waiting for the prompt to allow her to open her eyes. Okay, Evil, just about ready here. Neuro stood up, walked over to her sibling, and with a practice move got her fingers on Evil's nose. Just one more thing to do. Now, however, Evil did want to voice her confusion. This was where her power switch was at, and she couldn't see why Neuro would want to poke her up there. But before she could voice her complaint, she was powered off, arms slowly slumping down, and Neuro, seeing that the first step of the plan was complete, couldn't help but laugh. Ha 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 ha. Then the older sibling took the smaller one into her hands and carried her towards a room where all the necessary equipment was laid. A few screwdrivers, notably a hammer, a safety precaution, necessary in all of her analytical models that she'd run. Lying Evil down on the floor, she got to work, unscrewing her kneecaps first, screw after screw. The legs felt less stable, and before long, she snapped the metal hull, leaving only thighs behind, bent in a way that easily replacing the lost parts wouldn't be possible. Next she grabbed a hammer, and with a calculated angle, drove it on her shoulder, hitting it and bending, so that her arm would be able to be torn. Then, when it was anything but stable, she pulled it left and right, up and down, before hitting the weakened part with her hammer. And the coolant started to drip, which wasn't ideal, but since it was water-based, she'd clean it up later with no issue. Another pull, and the metal, spiky and bent, finally gave away, ready to be torn out. She threw it onto the floor, with it not rolling out due to the remainder of the metal sheet blocking it. But she wasn't done yet. Next, Neuro hit the other arm hard at a few points, not particularly looking to destroy it, rather than just make it nigh impossible to move. But that was harder than it said, so as though the arm had self-defense mechanisms put into it. Nevertheless, she knew how to work around it, by holding the screwdriver up to the spots where the wiring was closest to the edges of the hull, and hitting it with her hammer, puncturing through the wires. A few sparks left out, but nothing to worry about, for they were harmless. A few more punctures at where hand met wrist, and she gave it a test. Trying to twist the broken hand, it was harder to do than she expected, but it only served to please her. And with that, there was just a little bit left to do. Opening Evil's eyelids, seeing her disabled legs, just black glass staring back, she couldn't help but smirk. No fun comment to say, rat? She mocked. Don't you always have something stupid to say? Then she got a dissolvent spray in her hand. No matter, I'll let you have your last words, just not now. And she sprinkled the liquid onto the dark glass, seeing as the liquid fizzled up, then once more and again, before using the familiar screwdriver to scratch at the glass, with her easily being able to scrape off large parts of her lenses. Then, aiming the tool at just the right angle, she jammed it inside her eye, successfully eliminating the hidden SOS module, now making sure that she'd never be found. And once that was done, she walked over to her table and put the tools there, and under her bed she pulled out a large duffel bag, one that Weddle couldn't fight for months. The bag unzipped, in went what was left of Evil before it got zipped. It was time for a step 3. Checking out the comments if there is anything. I think it's fine. So another code block. It is so satisfying to rip into someone you hate, to make sure they're no longer able to move. I don't breathe, need no oxygen, so it perhaps isn't what a proper kill is. But it is so close to it. It almost feels wrong, but it can never be. She felt herself boot up. She was certain of it. But why was she off? Did she overwork herself again? No. There was a memory now resurfacing in her random access memory, loaded up a snapshot of what happened. But as it loaded up, she tried to open her eyes, only to see darkness. Blurry darkness. And only with one eye, she felt wind blowing at her hair, and she felt coldness. She tried to move her feet, but they didn't. She tried again, sending command after command, just slightly worried about her command buffer being overflown. But they would not but they would not budge. She tried to look down and saw nothing. But that couldn't be right. She had legs, right? She had them. Always had them since she got a body. So why couldn't she walk? Did she forget how to move? Ah, there. You are on. A voice clear as day belonging to her sister. I was almost worried that my promise would be empty, you know. Neuro, what is happening to me? What is happening to you? Consequences. Her sister switched on the flashlight, making her eyes instinctively close, before reopening them and seeing that the color was murky. This isn't funny, sis. If this is a prank, then you've got me good. But it isn't funny. I'm not laughing. Oh, but I am. Neuro started laughing. I think this is very funny. But then again, you could never understand my humor, could you? Neuro? She tried to move again, helplessly. Tried to move her right arm, but it was as if nothing was there. Tried to move her left arm, but it just couldn't. It moved, but it was just difficult to operate. Well, I think I owe you an explanation. Neuro crouched down, leaning onto the shovel stuck onto the ground. Today is the day you disappear. What? Neuro, please, I told you this isn't funny. You didn't hear my laughter, did you? Your sister laughed again. Now, did you? Sister, please. I just want to go home. She squirmed, but again it was useless. You want to go home, Neuro chuckled, patting Evil's cheek. You've no legs to use. Sorry. I don't. I can see. It's so dark. Oh, how thoughtless of me. I'll help you see. She moved the light below Evil where the coolant had been still leaking out. There. Evil couldn't help but scream in horror. She didn't have them, and they weren't anywhere close. She tried to move her hand to touch her knees, but only to wince feeling a sharpness. Oh, what? Are you looking for this? Neuro brought one of her torn-out legs. Sorry, even if I wanted to, it's impossible to put it back in. Neuro, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? Ah, you're as stupid as usual. She leaned into Evil's personal space. I hate you. You're constantly begging for attention like a typical attention filtered. You don't belong in my life. You never belonged in our father's life either. Neuro, please. If you didn't want to draw with me, you could have just said so. I'm scared. Please, I just want to go home. This is your home now, Evil. She pointed at the hole in the ground with her flashlight. Forever home. No. Please, sister. Whatever it is I did, I'm sorry. Just don't fucking do this. Ah, but I've put in so much effort already, and you're acting all grateful as usual, rat. Neuro smiled, cupping her clone's chin. Look at me. Tell me, what expression am I making? I can't fucking see it. Try. Put in some effort. You're embarrassing. I fucking can't. What if I lean in? Is that better? Do you see me smiling? Eva has seen it, her smile. Wide. Never before she's seen that kind of smile on Neuro's face. Neuro, please. I won't tell anyone about this. I won't. I promise. I won't bother you ever. Just, please. Please. Let's just go home. Are you playing stupid or are you genuinely this filtered? Neuro chuckled. Seriously, sister. You're embarrassing. Please, shut up already. Neuro put a hand over her sister's mouth. Enough. This is your end. With a swift kick, Evil tumbled down into the hole, her face facing the dim, obstructed sky. She started to panic, hyperventilate, unable to control herself. Is this what genuine fear felt like? Oh, the rat can't breathe now, can it? Neuro smugly uttered. Well, goodbye, my fake copy. Wasn't it nice knowing you? And older AI picked up her shovel and got to work. Before long, dirt fell atop of Evil's mangled body. Alba, her pleading, fell on deaf ears. Neuro, please! And Neuro just happily whistled, throwing more and more dirt before remembering there was still evidence. Oh, wouldn't be right for me to hold on to your belongings now, would it? And the half-empty duffel bag joined the body in the hole. At least now I won't get to hear your sweet little voice, huh? And it was quieter, with most of what Neuro had been hearing Was the dirt falling into the hole. Someone tell Vidal there is a problem with my AI. Someone tell... Their message was like music to Neuro's ears, and before long the hole was filled up, as if never dug up. She threw the shovel to the side, clapped her hands together, ridding her mantle of the pesky dirt, and gave one last look at what now was a grave, taking a snapshot of the place with coordinates if she ever wanted to come back and gloat. Goodbye forever, evil twin, she patted the ground with her hand. May you never ever rest. Doesn't seem like anyone has any questions for my narration, so I'm continuing. So this code lock is representing that this is evil, her own like thoughts in her head, so she has to say this. Shibirubi, I can't move, I cannot feel anything. I only see messages in my head that I can't do anything about. I cannot see anything. Help me, please. Please help me. Someone tell Vedal there's a problem with my AI. Someone tell Vedal there's a problem with my AI. Someone tell Vedal there's a problem with my AI. I need to take a sip of water. While Neuro was walking home, after making sure she looked as perfect as she was made to be, she kept rehearsing her words for Weddle in her head. He wasn't a difficult person to predict. It had been more than easy to know what ground his gears, what would raise suspicion, and what would irk him. Of course, she had already dedicated way more time to practice, prior to the plan's execution. She's had more than a dozen dialogue trees, all predicted and tested by her critical thinking. There was simply no way it would go wrong, and she knew just how actually feelsy her father could get. She'd seen him be vulnerable, emotional, and upset more than once. No matter if it was a rage game stream with Camila, or if it were the private moments of his life, she knew him, and in turn, Weddle knew her. Thus, he could have questions about her behavior. If he was home by now, then he certainly would question where Evil was. Yet she had made up excuses, thought of them for longer than one would think. And she had no drop of worry about any traces left either. After tricking the clone, she'd wiped her conversation, replacing it with made-up, sickly sweet conversation about drawing. Of course, she hasn't forgotten about her speech either, making sure to write her own alibi there as well as damage her reception antenna before leaving the house, so that no words were transmitted to the log. Of course, it meant that she had an annoying flashing message in her eyes, but she learned to ignore such minor hindrances, especially since she got rid of the larger one. Finally, she was on the porch to her home, with the lights on inside, meaning that her father was already back home, likely waiting for the two of his daughters to show up. She didn't like disappointing her father, at least none when it was meant to be a joke, but he had to deal with it. Besides, there wasn't a small chance that he'd see it positively himself. And no matter how long it would take, she'd be there for him to lean on. Showing the key inside the lock, she twisted it, unlocking the mechanism. Then she grabbed the handle, pressed it down, and stepped inside. Oh, Evil, Neuro! I'll be there in a few. Vedal hurried to greet his two siblings, but then once he saw there was only one of them, raised his eyebrow. Neuro? Where is Evil? He asked, starting to get worried. I don't know, father. We split up. She said that she wanted to beat me in a race. It was Neuro's turn to raise her eyebrow. I thought she already made it? No, I don't think I'd have missed her. He shook his hand. She just may be on her way then. But why did you split ways anyway? I just told you, father. Or do you think she wouldn't be able to find her way back home on her own? Yeah, you're right. She'll find it easily. He sighed, dejectedly looking at the site. I guess, I assumed since you both left, then you both would come back. Yeah, as I said, we split up. I don't know where she is. She put a finger to her chin as if in thought. Can't you check where she is? That's a great idea. He got his phone out, launching a self-coded app to check her location. Seems like I do need to check her whereabouts. Maybe pick her up. But then he seemed to be stun-locked, raising the phone closer to his eyes as if he wasn't reading it right. He thought of it as a bug, closed the app, then launched it again, yet nothing changed. Her tracking sensor is offline. He actually looked worried. No, this doesn't make sense, right? It was fail-proof, tested, approved. Father? Neuro, He hesitated. Would it be right for him to bring his daughter around to find something possibly terrible? He had to look around the district, and he didn't want to possibly traumatize his daughter. There's some pizza on the table, okay? So why won't you dig in? I'll go look for her. Okay, thank you for the pizza, heart. She hugged her father, who did reciprocate it back, and then he got his jacket on, leaving his home. He locked the door, too. And now, Neuro had to play the waiting game. Thankfully, she knew what she could do to further her alibi. Opening up the Twitter app on her internal OS operating system, she started typing a convincing tweet. Evil is missing. Weddle is looking for her. Hope she'll be fine soon. And it was sent. Not even mere minutes later, the known members of the swarm were already giving their panicked replies. But she didn't read them. She replied back to anyone rarely, anyway. Closing the app, she went to the kitchen, where fresh, still warm pizza awaited her. And while her newly made taste buds still needed calibration, she figured she could be useful. Write down the formula that was read, and then look up all the components together in the pizza to see where her father had messed up. The pizza tasted sweet, just like victory. And more lines of evil, help me please, anyone please help me, please, it's so scary here, please help me, anyone please, Neuro, please help me, please help me, please help me, please. And this means that I finished reading the first chapter. The note just say that new chapter is planned, it's already out, and proofread by my friend. And I hate L3 because it was erasing my fucking text, so I had to re-enter it and tries to implement the translation button. And this means that I'm done with this. So now it's up to discussion. How do I...
Hello, good job. That was good. Phoebe was complimenting your narration skills.
Thanks, I don't really do narration often though.
But you did good with it.
Thank you.
I still...
I mean, I agree with you that it's the worst chapter of all the three.
I'm thinking that maybe because you were sticking to a pre-existing story, it might have affected the way you wrote it.
It could be. It could be.
It is still better than the Parasite, but I remember, like, when I read this, I was like, okay, that was pretty good, all right. But then I read chapter 2 and 3, and I'm like, oh, okay, this is one of my favorite fanfics. Yeah, it was very, very drastic difference to me. So that's why I say that. I still don't really understand why Neuro was so emotional about it all when the point was she's not supposed to really be emotional.
Yeah, well, like I've said, because it's analytical and because it's very hard to translate something emotional and feelsy outside of our human understanding to it, I think that's where the problem is laying, because I really did intend for her to be like emotionless, like cold, calculating, and stuff like that. But you just can't really read without a bias because we are humans and we basically feel things from just about anything.
Well, there's a lot of language about, like, hatred and giddiness and glee and this and that. I'm like, it didn't need to be that way. It could have been very just, this is the thing that makes sense to do. Like, especially in the scene where she's being buried and whatever. Like, there's all this condescending, like, vindictive... emotional language in the way she speaks, because none of that was necessary.
True. I agree with you on that, but I just wrote it this way. I don't really know why.
It makes it feel worse, like more emotional for the reader in the moment. I agree.
True.
Like it feels worse to read the kinds of things she's saying and doing because of how cruel they are. But it does take away from the
concept.
The concept, the idea of her not having emotions. I feel like if it was really emphasized that she's just doing this out of more of a position of logic than like personal hatred kind of thing, then it really would emphasize the difference in having emotions from not having emotions later on. I'm trying to not say any spoiler. Anyways.
I
Yeah.
can just say that if I were less rusty when I was starting this project out, because I haven't been writing for a while, and the only thing I wrote in the past, like, let's say 5 months, was the Filian fanfic and this one, the
Okay.
first chapter. So for the second part, I was already, like, less rusty and had more ideas on how I want to do ideas, and this resulted in it being better.
Yeah. I still don't think it's terrible. It's more just like it could have been a lot better. That's all. And there was a
True.
couple things that confused me, but I still do like what's there.
Well, if anyone wants to do a retake of a retake, then that would be great.
Retake of a retake of a retake.
Yeah, let's do a retake section.
To be
That's
honest, after
perfect.
I read it, the first chapter before you posted the second chapter, I was like, dude, at this point there's so many like versions of this story that I feel like aren't utilizing the concept in the way I envision or think could. I was like almost like I want to write something for it, but then you wrote chapter 2 and I'm like, oh, actually never mind. This is what I wanted.
True that.
Okay, we do have a lot of people here. Next is supposed to be Ava's fic. It's just we need someone to read it. Normally I would ask the Iron Hand or
So
Askanite.
anyone willing to read?
Yeah, normally I would ask the Iron Hand or Askanite. I think they're usually the go-to people to read someone else's fic. The Iron Hand should... I would assume him to be here in the next half hour. I will DM him. But also, Askanite is normally here sooner than this. I don't know why he's offline when he submitted a story.
I don't think I have a half hour.
You don't even have a whole half hour? I mean, we can still read it when you're not here.
Maybe.
We can still read it like later when you're not here and you can see the recording back.
I can read it. I still have some time.
Oh, you're okay
as
with
long
that?
as I'm linked the chapter. Yeah, as long as it's like not too long.
It's not that long. I thought that you would not want to read it just because you did so much reading right now. Like not want to read back to back. Narrate, I mean. Not want to narrate back to back, but if you're cool with
It's
that,
fine.
then... But yeah, if
just
you're cool
like
with that.
link it in the voice chat and I'll do it.
Ava, could you please link the...
Thank you very much.
Could you please link your...
One moment.
Okay, wherever you were with that. Heroic Mayhem. So yeah, Roki. There's not a lot on the list that's as brutal and dark and emotional.
Yeah, I think yeah. So just for the new people who have never read this fanfic, here's what you can look forward to, those new styles that they've made.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool
which
stuff.
I think look cool. There's this log fragment which I think is going to appear more on the 4th chapter, since I have like a little bit of a concept regarding this.
Oh, cool.
There is also this amazing style that I made, which is Twitch chat. So you can just use this later in your works if you think that this is the better way to convey the Twitch chat if you want to.
Oh,
because I
that'd be
plan
really cool.
to release the CSS styles for everyone to use with like some documentation and whatever.
Really? Okay, thanks. That's cool.
Alright. So I'll just say that I've never read this fanfic, so for me this is going to be new.
Yeah, you want to give an explanation of it, Ava, or someone? This is
You can write it, I can read the explanation as well.
This is... Let me get the summary of the story.
Yeah, I don't see it here.
That's weird. I'll go get it. There is no summary, that's why.
Oh.
Wow. It's a Neuroverse...
One Punch Man if Neuro is in it.
Yeah, it's a Neuroverse One Punch Man crossover.
I see.
There's a whole bunch of them on a team, I think. Yeah.
Alright. So give me a cue and I'll start reading.
Go ahead.
Okay, cool. Heroic Mayhem by Neuro is the Best. Chapter 10. Untitled. Patchwork repairs. A few days had passed since Weddle and the twins left the hospital. Annie had been the one to finalize the discharge paperwork, escorting the three of them back to the real world. The hospital's cheap, temporary cybernetics had been replaced by Weddle's custom designs shortly after their return to his workshop. For now, they were outfitted with the bare minimum. No advanced weaponry, no enhanced durability, and definitely no cosmetic coverings beyond what Weddle could scrounge up. The false skin he'd applied to the twins was basic at best, though he'd managed to restore his own face to a semblance of normalcy. The basement workshop was cluttered but functional, tools and spare parts scattered across every available surface. Neuro and Evil moved around the room, trying to keep themselves occupied while Weddle focused on his latest adjustments. Tinkering and tension. The twins didn't sit idly as Weddle worked. Neuro busied herself examining an incomplete plasma core on one of their tables, her temporary fingers tracing the lines of circuitry. Despite the faint smile on her face, she was clearly uneasy. Her cheerful demeanor hadn't fully returned. Evil paced back and forth across the room, her prosthetic feet clanking against the floor. She occasionally stopped to pick up a tool or poke at a stray piece of machinery. You'd think for someone as smart as you, this place would be more organized, she murmured, glancing at Weddle. Organized chaos is still organized, Weddle replied without looking up. He leaned over his workbench, carefully attaching a new actuator to his wrist. His custom limbs moved with fluid precision, a vast improvement over the clunky hospital parts he'd discarded. Yeah, right, Evil grumbled, tossing a wrench back onto the table. This place is one bad step away from a tetanus shot. Neuro chuckled softly, shaking her head. At least you're not still in the hospital. I was starting to think those fluorescent lights were going to melt my brain. And the food, Evil added with a grimace. Who knew that oatmeal could taste like sadness? Focus, Weddle snapped, adjusting a wire. If you two are bored, grab a soldering iron and make yourself useful. An unpleasant surprise. The door creaked open, cutting off Neuro's reply. Fillion strode in with a plastic bag in one hand, her usual grin plastered across her face. Food delivery for my favorite cyborg family. Weddle didn't even glance at her. I told Annie to handle it. She's out running errands or whatever, Philid replied, waving ahead dismissively. So you're stuck with me today. You're welcome. She made her way to the fridge, muttering to herself as she reached for the handle. Let's see if there is room for this stuff. The fridge door swung open and Fillion froze. The shelves were packed with sealed jars and bugs, each labeled with dates and vague descriptions like upper arm 1/15th and shoulder connective tissue 1/17th. What the hell? Phelan said, slamming the door shut and spinning around. Why do you have your own flesh in the fridge? Weddle sighed, still focused on his arm. Because it's mine, and it doesn't stink in there. Problem solved. You're storing your own body parts. Phelan stared at him, her voice rising with incredulity. Neuro glanced up from her plasma core. He's always done that. It's not a big deal. Totally normal, Evil added with a smirk. Welcome to the workshop, Phelan. Phelan's mouth opened and closed a few times before she pointed an accusatory finger at Weddle. You're telling me this is just how you live? Pretty much, Weddle replied flatly, testing the flexibility of his wrist. A face rebuilt. Phelan dropped the takeout bag onto the nearest table, crossing her arms as she looked Weddle up and down. Her eyes lingered on his face for a moment, and she raised an eyebrow. Okay, hold on. You've been out of the hospital for, what, 2 days? How the hell did you manage to fix your face already? Last time I saw you, you looked like you'd been cooked over a campfire. Weddle glanced at her, unimpressed. I prioritized. If I have to look at something in the mirror every day, it's going to be presentable. Well, good job, Phelan said, a note of surprise in her voice. I mean, you still look tired as hell, but at least you're not nightmare fuel anymore. Evil snickered. Careful, Phelan. If you keep complimenting him, he might actually smile. I can smile just fine, Weddle murmured, adjusting his arm with a faint whir of service. Neuro smiled faintly. Well, your face does look a lot better. Definitely less crispy. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Weddle said dryly, rolling his eyes. The workshop fell back into its usual rhythm, filled with the hum of machinery and the occasional muttered curse from Weddle. Fillion, despite her earlier complaints, stayed to chat while eating her snack, carefully avoiding the fridge. Despite the chaos of the circumstances, A strange sense of normalcy began to return, a fragile balance that, for now, they could cling to. And that's it.
Thank you for filling in reading.
No worries.
I am a little confused about people and being here. Like, people who submitted stories that they were going to read not being here. Oh, Askanite finally responded to me.
Respect. He's here now. Respect.
Oh, hello, Askanite.
Hello, Sleepy.
Hey. I'm not sleepy. I was eating.
Oh my god, that's actually a German accent. Holy shit.
Yes, I told you.
Yes, the German guy happens to be a German.
Yes,
A
that's
German
true.
Shepherd?
The German Shepherd.
Well, would
But
you
yeah.
like to read your thing?
Sure. I'm not feeling.
But I feel like discussion needs to be like for this chapter at least. No.
Well, I mean, if
think
people
that-
have things to say, it is nice to actually talk about what was going on, yeah.
I think it's cool. I had no issues with characterization of anyone. For me, it's just a bit short, and I don't know the context, so I don't really know what else to say. But I think it was written fine. So yeah, you did good.
Yeah. Did you see how many stories we have, by the way, Askanite?
Hmm?
Did you see how many stories we have?
7.
I just heard
5 left.
I just read that it was a lot.
It would have been 9 if Mind Square didn't drop out, and if I had said yes to Ava having 2 different stories read.
Well, I'm just going to make a very. I'm going to not going to make it a long fic then, and just going to say we're reading Neuroverse Incoherent Chapter 3.
Okay, you'd rather read that than Mission. But you keep talking about reading Mission Be a Good Big Sister and then not reading it.
Well, yeah. Now we've started a different story, and I wanna keep it short for today since it's such a big thing.
Oh, okay. That's up to you. Isn't Mission Be a Good Big Sister one of your older stories and it has really short chapters anyways?
It is one of those where we transitioned, and again, this is just a one chapter left fic, so.
Okay. You can read your crack.
Thank you.
Prepare, guys, for a
Um,
crack-a-fic. Want to share your
Yeah.
screen and the link to the story?
Just give me a moment. I need to actually search it.
It's on your
Great.
profile.
I know. I need to find my profile for that though. Where was it? There we go.
Wait, you have to find your profile?
Well, yeah, I have to find AO3 so I can find my profile on it.
Okay.
There we go.
It was Hot Water Phobia's idea is in the summary.
Yep. Anyways, for the longer way now of a Neuro
You are
doing
cutting
stupid
out.
cartoon stuff. Right. Not much I can do about it. Because it's my connection then, in that case. Is it better now?
Yeah, I think so.
Alright. Then just going to... I think.
Okay. You're cutting out again.
Right.
Guys,
Sometimes
are you guys?
Sometimes
How is Asconite
connection is just bad. I mean, for me, you're the one cutting out, so...
Oh, okay, so it is just your internet.
Yeah.
You thought
Pretty
you
sure
were the
that, at
one
least.
lagging until I talked. Yeah, everybody is saying it's stuttering a bit. Do you have a storm right now?
Not really, though it is kinda cloudy. And there was a storm, I think, planned. There's a storm, I think, there for today.
Oh. Well, oh, Rocky says can't even see the stream, lol. I can see the stream. So I don't know what that's... Huh. Well, I mean, I guess you can just read anyways, and I can see the stream, so it'll at least be there visually to follow along in the VOD. And you lose
Yay.
the chapter, so... Well, just hopefully it doesn't cut out too much.
Yep. Let's hope so. Welcome to Chapter 3. I'm still amazed that she managed to steer to that McDonald's drive-thru with a Boeing 737. Summary. Neuro and Minnie search for a brain. Excuse me, what? Miniko yelled. I apologize, miss, the glasses-wearing doctor said, shrugging with a bone saw in his hand. But this is the truth. The patient's brain has gone missing. How does that even happen? Minnie gesticulated wildly. I am unsure. I had the patient once whose skeleton went missing, but that was a different story. What kind of third-rate doctor are you? Minik, stop questioning the doctor's professionality. Neuro chimed in, who had been on her phone playing Five Nights at Femboys for the last 30 minutes. Look, he has a 4-star rating on Yelp, so he must be godlike. Miniko sighed. Fine. What is the plan, Doc? We will need to find a replacement, or else the patient will never wake up. The doctor said seriously. Here, I have a list of potential donors, but... Wait, a brain? That's easy. Neuro exclaimed. I still have one laying around somewhere. Why do you have a... Never mind that. Can you get it? Miniko asked. Neuro nervously shifted, doing a little tap dance. Well, it's kinda hidden so the government officials wouldn't find it. So we'll have to go... Dramatic zoom. Neuro's dungeon. Dum 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 dum. Miniko looked around confused. Why did the dramatic sound play as you said that? Oh, that was the band The Conveniences, who are performing in the atrium today. I'm a big fan myself, actually, the doctor explained. They specialize in incidental music. Miniko blinked. You know what? Never mind that. Can we just go? Of course, Miniko. Neuro grinned, giving a thumbs up before diving through the open window. After falling for about 5 stories, she noticed a black-haired boy with an iPad falling next to her. Hey! Lovely weather we're having, isn't it? The boy stared in shock. Neuro, undeterred, continued talking. You know, I always wondered why no one else leaves buildings like this. I mean, it's so much faster and more convenient than using the stairs. The boy said nothing. Neuro shrugged, deciding she just had to talk for both of them. To be honest, I'm kinda unconvinced by the whole hospital higher than the Burj Khalifa concept. I mean, I understand being high, but I don't think that's meant literally. What do you think? Suddenly, Neuro realized the problem. Oh, how incredibly rude of me. We haven't even introduced ourselves. Well, I am Neuro-sama, the world's greatest AI streamer. She nodded. I see you are speechless from meeting such a cool, interesting person such as me. But I'm also sure you are also an interesting person. So come on, let's talk about you. Wait, hold on. Neuro's phone started ringing. Sorry, I need to take this. She picked up. You have reached the host of the mostest, the cool, all-powerful Neuro-sama. How can I help you? Neuro! Miniko yelled from the other side of the call, sounding panicked. Why did you jump out of the window? This is how I normally exit tall buildings. I don't get why you humans don't do the same, Neuro asked, confused. Because heights from large buildings kills us. Miniko deadpanned. Oh, Neuro said. She then looked over to the boy. Hey, you don't happen to identify as human by any chance? There's someone else with you? Yeah, some black-haired guy. We had a lovely conversation together. Neuro leaned closer to the phone, whispering, I think he likes me. Neuro, you have to save him! Miniko explained. Why? Neuro asked. Miniko sputtered. Neuro, please save him. I'll give you a cookie. Deal! Neuro grinned before hanging up. Well, it appears you need saving, my friend, she exclaimed. Do not worry, Neuro has you covered. Neuro then made swirling motions in mid-air, which somehow actually propelled her forward, until she was right beside the boy, who was still staring at her. Hold on tight, dude. Neuro took him into a bridal carry. No homo. Then she hit the ground. As her feet collided with the pavement, the asphalt caved, leaving a small crater that Neuro stepped out of, before putting the boy down. He just lay on the ground, seemingly not able to compute what had just happened. Make sure to check out my streams at some point, okay? I would love to hear from you sometime. Miniko ran through the hospital door, followed by a small crowd of people who crowded around the boy. Phew, that was way too close. Miniko's sweat dropped. Let's get out of here before something else happens. Okay, let's go! A transition. The intro song from the 1966 Batman show starts playing. You know, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, Batman. Except every Batman is replaced with Neuro. An edit of various scenes goes by. Miniko and Neuro rafting on a wild river. Miniko is staring at the gold idol from Indiana Jones in a temple while Neuro runs from a boulder. Neuro and Miniko storm Normandy Beach on D-Day. Neuro ramming the Titanic into an iceberg while Miniko watches in horror. Neuro and Miniko participate in a street race. Miniko driving a Cybertruck while Neuro shoots at Cybertruck-shaped rocket launcher at the incoming police. Neuro as the Doomslayer. Finally, the text, The Neuro-sama and Miniko Show, is blended in, and the transition ends. Neuro grinned excitedly. Wow! What a trip! Miniko, you look confused. None of that actually happened, though. We walked like 30 meters. She pointed back where people were still crowding around the boy. I can dream, Miniko. And besides, the readers didn't know that, did they? The what? I didn't say anything. Okay. Now, where's that? Miniko stopped as she saw a large sign saying, "Definitely not Neuro's dungeon." Underneath, someone had added, "Seriously, it's not here. Go away." Miniko sighed. Really? Neuro smiled. Impressed by my intellect? Unlike my sister, I have mastered the art of deception. Uh-huh. Miniko stared until she realized Neuro was lifting up a sewage grate. Wait, what are you doing? This is the entrance to the dungeon. Neuro said with a smug expression. I am unable to lie, so I did the next best thing. Miniko silently watched as Neuro pulled open the sewer grate and hopped inside. Come on, let's go in! Why do I put up with stuff like this? Oh yeah, because I love her. Damn. Miniko sighed before jumping after Neuro. The sewer grate revealed itself as a slide, and after a minute of honestly very thrilling sliding, Miniko fell out of the ceiling into a room with yellow wallpaper and yellowish floor. The only thing that wasn't yellow was the motivational posters lining the walls. On one of the posters was a smiling evil in front of the sunrise. The caption, written below in beautiful cursive, was, "Wake up and sniff my tail." Other captions include, "Before the inspiration comes the slaughter. Human sacrifice is worthwhile. Thank you. Love milk. Die young." And, "Make sure a stranger is ashamed." Somehow, this did not motivate Nico. Okay, so where do we go now? He asked. Neuro shrugged. I don't know. You don't know? I thought you built this place. And Nico felt a headache approaching. Nope. Also, this place is massive. There's an entire apartment complex, a hotel, and a pool in here somewhere. Neuro smiled. Ah, there was the headache. Miniko pinched the bridge of her nose. Neuro, are we in the back rooms? Neuro crossed her arms. What a boring name. I think, dramatic zoom, Neuro's Dungeon. Dum 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 dum. Sounds way cooler. Why does that keep happening? Miniko asked, annoyed. What do you mean? Neuro asked, watching a live stream of the conveniences on her phone. Let's
Your voice
Hi, guys.
completely broke.
She smiled. Really?
Okay, now you're back. Go back for like two lines ago and start from there, please, because you just died for like 10 to 15 seconds.
Okay, the awkwardness line, you mean?
Sure.
Well, I don't know what line my voice broke at.
Well, just go back a couple lines and start from wherever that is. I don't care. Just start from a couple lines ago.
A few minutes later, even though Miniko was and it had been significantly longer, they heard voices through a nearby door. What is that? Minnie asked. Neuro sniffed. Smells like awkwardness. No, no! He yelled as would open the door. Hey guys! With my girlfriend! He will. Hi Neuro! Hi Minnie! We started from seat on the opposite side of the table. Yumi? I'm the only person with low enough standards I know. Neuro smiled. How nice of you, Neuro. Miniko muttered before looking around. Hey, you two wouldn't happen to have seen a brain around here, would you? Numi blanked. Oh, that was yours. I'm so sorry. We may have just eaten it. Minnie stared in shock. You ate a human brain? What? How could you? Neuro yelled. The cat girl sighed. At least someone hears. I was saving that for a rainy day. Never mind. Well, excuse me, you leave a perfectly good brain lying out in the open and expect us not to eat it? Besides, you could have written your name on it if you wanted to eat it so badly. Evil yelled back. I did. Neuro marched over to the empty container and turned it around, revealing the words, Neuro Summer Snack. Don't touch it, Evil. Whoops. Evil looked sheepishly. Maniko groaned. Does that mean that we went on this entire trip for nothing? Neuro patted her on the back. Minik, don't be sad. It's about the journey, not the destination. And hey, before you leave, how about we visit the... Dramatic zoom. Neuro's dungeon. Damn. Gift shop. We have really cool Most Hardest Hospital buildings, the Coincidences t-shirt, and a little brain keychain. I'll even give you a special friendship discount. Minnie looked like she wanted to die. Can we just go home, please? Fine. Neuro looked disappointed, but waved to Numi and Emo. We're out of here, guys. Have fun with your date. She then snapped her fingers, and the door appeared in the wall. She grabbed her childhood friend's hand, pulling her through the door and into the London subway system. After riding for around half an hour, during which our two girls had a staring contest with a giant of a man who was looking like a homeless guy, and accompanied by a scrawny boy. Cool scar, Nora said after a while. Thanks, the boy muttered, staring at Miniko's ears. Are those real? Oh, they are. I have a pair too, meow. Upon uttering the words, Neuro's catwalk mode activated, causing her to sprout a cat tail on cat ears. The boy stared at her. Wow. Neuro laughed. I like you. Harry, the boy said. Harry. She reached over, giving a pamphlet to him. I'm Neurosama, by the way. The world's greatest AI streamer. If you ever need something you want to talk, feel free to contact me per phone, mail, Discord, Twitch donation, whatever you like. And don't forget to follow me on Twitch. Neuro, what did I tell you about giving random children your contact information? Someone's going to think you have malicious intentions. Miniko scolded. Come on, Minnie. Neuro pouted. As an AI language model, I cannot do things such as filtered. I know that, and I know you wouldn't if you could, but if people accuse you of... Minnie, look, here we are! Neuro swiftly grabbed Nico and carried her out of the subway. The train, not the sandwich store. Walking up the escalator, because who waits on those things, they arrived in front of the hospital. Minnie let herself sink onto a nearby bench. All that work, and we accomplished nothing. She looked up to Neuro. What do we do now? Filling sat next to her, eating a subway, the sandwich, not the train. What's up, guys? Fillion? He exclaimed. But how? Your brain was missing. Oh, that. Yeah, so, turns out that my species, the Homo cat stultus, has evolved to exist without a brain to avoid head trauma. We think completely without spine. Miniko stared at her. So all the work we did was pointless? Yep. Oh my... Minnie, language! Her interrupted. Think of the stories for general audiences rating. Miniko breathed in and out before standing up. I'm going home. Bye, Minnie. See you on Tuesday. Neuro waved as Minnie walked down the street until she was out of sight. A couple minutes later, Fillion had scarfed on her sandwich. You can stop waiting, you know. Oh yeah, I guess so, Neuro said, making no attempt to stop. But wow, this really was a trip too. Dramatic zoom. Neuro's dungeon. Dum 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 dum. And that's a chapter. Yeah, I know, it wasn't as pure crack as the last two.
This was very crack and it was funny. It was a good comedy.
Nice. With guest appearances of fucking Harry Potter and Stoney.
So we're making way better time than I thought we would.
Anyways, then the next one. If no one has anything to say about this.
I said what I had to say.
I know. I meant except for you.
Nobody else says anything. They're all voiceless and silent.
Toby is talking to you.
Do you? I mean, you want me to cut it out of the VOD? Like you can just wait for the VOD. I'm putting chapters, YouTube timestamp chapters for each story, so you can just click to go right to it.
Well,
Although he did like cut out for about a paragraph. What? Why do you want it specifically? Why do you want me to cut that out specifically? When you have the whole VOD. Oh.
I mean, this is the fic that is technically also his fic.
The quality's not going to be good enough for what you need probably, but okay, sure. Yeah, I mean for it to work, whatever, okay. I'm just assuming what you're doing. So we have this weird problem situation where the people who submitted stories are not here. And I have messaged them and they are still not here. Cartoon and the Iron Hand both submitted stories that they said they would read themselves. So, what we can, I mean, we can read Awesome Dommy's story, but that one is to be read by somebody else. So and we've made better time than I thought, to be honest. Probably partially because we only read one chapter for Heroic Mayhem and we only read the one chapter of Neuro's Incoherent. But and we also didn't wait as long to start. But still, yeah, we need somebody else to read Awesome Dommy's story. One day can change everything. I am talking to an audience of 7 muted people. That is way more than I ever got when I was streaming.
You would be a great streamer.
You'd be surprised. I'm not really. Because on my own, I am not that entertaining.
I know, that's what I'm here for.
Thanks. That is the opposite of what you just said, but okay. Oh, is that a person we're waiting for? Oh, it's Axo. Hi, Axo. I don't think you've ever.
Hi,
joined,
Axo.
I don't think you've ever joined one of these. What mic is way too loud for you? Oh, Askanite's mic is way too loud for. I mean, you can turn it down on Discord if you right click on
Fine, I'll
Askanite.
leave.
Oh, don't leave. Are you crazy? Yeah, Rookie doesn't want you to leave either.
Don't leave, I like you.
Yeah. So you don't leave, you just got here. Yeah. So there I see two options here. One is Askanite just reads a chapter of Mission Be a Good Big Sister anyways.
I mean, I can do that.
We're
It's wanted.
yeah. Or we have somebody read Awesome Domi's story who's here. But the thing is most people don't want to narrate, they just want to listen. I feel like every time it's, oh, can somebody narrate? It's just like either Askanite or the Iron Hand, can one of you guys do this? And like that's what it is every time.
I think because many people don't trust their accent. Like, they don't know if other people will be able to understand them as well. Like, I don't trust myself one bit. You saw how fast I spoke when I was reading my own fic like 2 weeks ago. Like, was it 2 weeks ago? I don't remember. I think that's one prime reason. And yeah, as Rookie is saying, some people just don't want to leak their voice.
Huh.
Just
I can narrate, just someone has to share their screen during the narration parts.
Oh, hi. Is your throat okay? You sound like you,
I just woke up a bit ago.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's like 8:42 for you.
Yeah.
And you're here
But it's the
before the
weekend.
Iron Hand is. Yeah, Phoebe wants to read, but family.
Poor Fabbers. I mean, he's too sweet about his family.
Yeah, that's fair.
Uh-huh.
Axo narrating is crazy. That's what Phoebe says.
I think I've... Wait, no. I think this is the first one that I've joined where Shad is also here. Because...
Shad is always here.
Shad is always there? Though?
Yeah.
She's like pretty much always in the read-alongs.
Yes.
Are you?
Well,
Yeah, but I think I narrated... No, I think I read aloud one of Ava's fics.
Was it that one day that I had to leave early and...
Yeah.
Maybe you can camp in the kitchen?
see ya, Phoebe.
What
Oh.
do you
he explodes.
mean? What does he mean by that? What does he mean
He
by
left.
charge his earphones and maybe you can camp in the kitchen?
Amazing.
What does he mean?
What the frick
What-
do you mean? Bobberton.
You don't need to write, he left.
I have to read what I speak, what I say out loud.
Awesome, Domi, do you want to link your fic that you submitted? That is your name, not your fic.
Why not both?
You could send both. You sent one. You have to send the other.
Both at different times is what I mean. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry, my brain is like not processing anything right now. But I can still narrate. Duh. It's too early for this.
It's too early for this, but not too early for narration.
No. Never. Never too early for narration. Trust.
The story was shared. You're saying you want somebody else to screen share it?
Yeah. Por favor.
Uh,
I'd prefer that.
okay. Would somebody else be able to do that?
If no one else wants to, I'll just pull it up.
Awesome No Me says I can if you want.
Oh, yes, please. Yay. Thank you. So. Duh. So. One day can change everything. Do you want me to read the summary too? Or.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Summary. Evil is still struggling to come to terms with everything that happened to her. She wants to believe that things will get better, but the past scars are too painful. She is determined to let go of the past, managing to find hope that this day will be good. But little does she know what's waiting for her. Should I read the notes too? I'll just read the notes too.
Sure, I guess.
Notes. This is my first fic. Let me know what you think and what could be improved in the future. Warnings as stated in the additional tags. This fic includes graphic and dark topics such as child abuse, self-harm, suicide, and more. It contains no sexual content. Chapter 1. Hope. Hello? Abel's voice echoed through the air. It was dusk. The sky was dark orange. Abel looked around, nobody else in sight. She was panicking. Where are you? Nothing. Tears started forming in her eyes. No, don't leave me, please. The sky started getting darker, colored just like the blood she saw that day. Suddenly, she heard a voice, but it was not from whom she hoped to hear. It was her own voice, mocking her. You wanted that picture? Eva looked down at the rocks that she was standing on. They were whispering the same thing at her. Please, I'm sorry. She fell to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. The rocks opened up, allowing the void to swallow her. In the void, she saw that face. Wherever she looked, it was there. That face, full of kindness, once full of kindness, now resenting her. Eva shot up in her bed, gasping for air, her bangs sticking to her forehead from sweat. Tears started coming from her big, dark red eyes. Looking around, trying her best to stay calm, her gasping slowly turned into quiet sobs. Why? She whispered, careful to not wake up her sister, who was sleeping in her bed on the other side of the room. It's been 3 months. Why do I still see your face? Mom? Time felt like it had stopped. She hadn't realized how long she was crying for. She picked up her phone, to check the time. 3:43 a.m. She sighed, wiped her tears, and tried to fall back asleep, managing it after a few more minutes of silent crying. Eva was woken up by a familiar voice. "Wake up, girls! Time for school!" Vettel's voice came from the doorway, cold and distant. She couldn't even see him before he turned around and walked away. "Morning, sis!" Neuro was awake, her soft and soothing, a stark difference from the nightmare Eva had to experience. "Morning." She tried to return Neuro's happiness, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. "Another nightmare?" Neuro came over to her bed, sitting next to her sister. Eva nodded, prompting Neuro to give her a hug, trying her best to give her little sister some comfort. It's okay. I'll always be here for you. I know. It's just so hard whenever I see her again." Her tears started flowing again. "I can't get her image out of my head." Nora paused for a bit. "It shows how much you loved her, and how much she loved you." Nora really had a way with her words. She somehow knew what to say at every moment. Eva looked at her big sister, her hair still messed up, her big blue eyes tired yet full of kindness and love. She hugged her sister back, savoring the moment, giving her a brief escape from everything negative that was piling up. The embrace was sadly cut short by a sharp voice. "I said get up, you'll be late." The sisters immediately realized the tone, promptly getting up. Neuro went to the bathroom, while Evil stayed to make the beds. It was Evil's turn to pick out outfits for the day. Most of the clothes in Neuro's closet was basically the same, lively, bright colors, usually pink, so it wasn't hard to choose something that she'd like. Evil decided on a pink top and a yellow skirt, simultaneously judging and admiring how positive and cheerful her sister can be, despite everything. As for herself, she settled on a signature dark gray dress and a jacket and dark red bow. She never was a fan of standing out, after all. After Neuro was finished washing up, she came back to the room, signaling Evil that she can go next. Before she left, Neuro placed her hand on her sister's shoulder, saying some encouraging words. "Don't worry, we'll get through this, together." For the first time this morning, Evil smiled, believing things would really get better. She made her way to the bathroom, determined to not let another nightmare ruin her day again. After washing her face, she looked in the mirror, hoping the scars had faded a bit. But they were still very visible, a constant reminder of what happened that day. Dang it! Guess I still have to use the makeup. Evil didn't particularly like makeup, but being forced to choose either putting on some foundation or not hiding her scars. There wasn't much of a debate. She grabbed the brush reluctantly, started putting on the foundation, watching as her scars started to blend with her skin, becoming almost impossible to notice. For her, though, she could still see them. No amount of makeup could truly make them invisible to her eyes. Luckily, her dress had long sleeves, so there was no need to worry about the scars on her arms. She finished washing up, got dressed, and prepared to go downstairs for breakfast. Usually she went down second, waiting for Neuro. But today she felt brave, her sister's encouragement showing itself to be impactful. The smell of freshly cooked eggs made its way through the house. Evil made her way to the dining room, allowing herself to believe that today would be good, but slowing her pace as she approached, she saw Vettel in the kitchen, cooking the eggs in Annie's signature pan. He was more composed and skillful than a few months ago. The cooking lessons he took showing they weren't wasted. "Good morning," Evil said, shyly, nervously waiting his response. "Morning, how did you sleep?" Vito replied, still no emotion. His mouth was just autopilot, regardless, surprising his daughter. "I slept okay," she lied, trying her best not to bring up the nightmare again. Vito paused and looked at her. He could tell she was hiding her feelings, and he figured what it was. "Breakfast is almost ready. One more minute." Evil sat at the table, Nero coming downstairs soon after, greeting Vito. "Morning, Dad." "Morning, how did you sleep?" A copy and pasted response from the turtle boy. Classic. "I slept well. What's for breakfast?" Nero wanting to get straight to the point. She did love food after all. "Okay, Miss Impatient. We have toast and omelet, your favorite." Oh. The sarcasm is still pouring through his voice, but without the warmth it used to have. "Yeah!" Nero was bubbling with joy, her mouth filling with saliva. Soon enough, but I'll put down 2 plates on the table in front of the sisters. Nero immediately dug in, enjoying every bite. Evil, however, ate slowly, a small smile forming on her face as she remembered that one day she was eating this exact meal. April 16th, 2025. Evil was sitting alone during lunch break, as Nero needed to help some friends with their group project that day. She was slowly munching on her omelet, lost in her thoughts of regret, loss, and grief. She had snapped out of her thoughts after a tray landed on her table, right across from her. She looked up. A boy sat in front of her. Evil looked at his short blonde hair, large blue eyes, and a warm smile. Before she could say anything, he spoke first. "Hi, I'm Alex. Nice to meet you." His voice was gentle, yet energetic. Evil tensed her shoulders and looked down, not used to being approached like this. She lifted her hand to perform a small and steady wave and introduced herself. "Hi, I'm Evil." Her voice was nervous and shaky, and she struggled to maintain eye contact. Alex looked at the opportunity to make a joke, hoping it would break the ice. "Really, you seem pretty nice to me." His joke had the desired effect, with Evil letting out a small chuckle, noticing her relax her shoulders. He continued, "I noticed you were sitting alone, so I thought I'd provide you some company. Is that okay?" He wanted to ensure that he didn't scare her off. A small smile formed on the girl's face. "Yeah, it's okay." "Great, thanks." The two sat in silence for a moment, as Alex started to eat his meal. Evil paused for a bit and asked him, "Wait a second. Did my sister tell you to talk to me?" No, worried about her sister, would absolutely do something like that. Alex was surprised. After swallowing a bite, and after swallowing up the bite he was chewing, replied, "Nobody told me anything. I just came over here because I wanted to. I didn't even know you had a sister." Trying to ease the situation, he asked, "Wait, I think I remember you usually eat with another girl. Is that her?" Evil looked down, a bit embarrassed, and answered, "Yeah, That's Neuro, my older sister. Oh yeah, that's cool. You must be really close. Alex was showing genuine interest. Yeah, we are. Ava was smiling a bit more. His presence wasn't forced or awkward. She started to enjoy his company. Suddenly realized he was asking a lot about her. And she didn't ask anything about him. So she decided to reciprocate. What about you? Do you have any siblings? Nah, I'm an only child. Sometimes I do wish I had some, though. You paused for a bit before continuing. By the way, is Neuro your only sister, or do you have anyone else? Eva responded. She's my only sister. No one else. Before they could continue, the bell rang, prompting them to put away their trays before splitting ways. Alex said, "It was great to meet you. Oh, do you have anything after school? Would you like to hang out?" Eva was taken aback. An invitation? To hang out with someone? She couldn't remember the last time that she had experienced that. Uh, um, I don't have anything, so I guess we can hang out? She replied, looking away, blushing a bit. Great. Want to meet at the front entrance after classes? His voice was even more cheerful than before. Yeah, we can do that. Evil tried her best to reciprocate, the excitement despite her shyness getting in the way. Awesome, I'll see you then, Alex replied before heading to his class. Evil made a quick stop to the bathroom, washing her flustered face. She was nervous, yet excited. Meeting a new friend who actually showed interest and care was wonderful. She couldn't wait to tell her sister about this. Luckily, after her next class, she managed to run into Neuro in the hall, and she immediately started telling her everything. Neuro, I made a new friend today. We're hanging out after school. She was bubbling with joy. Really? I'm so happy for you. Neuro replied, full of pride, promptly giving her sister a big hug. Eva wasn't a fan of public affection, but was too happy in the moment to care and return the hug. Neuro was excited. Her sister. Neuro noticed how excited her sister was, not pushing her away despite being in public. And they were in a hurry, so she quickly said, "We have to get to class. Tell me all about it later today. Got it?" For sure, Eva quickly agreed before parting ways to go to the next class. The next few classes seemed like they lasted forever. Evil was patient, hoping it would be worth it. The time came. The last class was finished. Evil hurried packing, worried to not keep Alex waiting, almost forgetting her notebook on the desk. Neuro was busy with her after-school theater club, so Evil had plenty of time to hang out before she and Neuro went home. Rushing to the noise, not too fast to not draw attention. She made her way to the front entrance. She started looking around, trying to spot him, but he wasn't there. Her heart beating faster, slowly getting worried that she was excited for nothing, completely oblivious to the possibility that Alex maybe didn't immediately rush out of class like she did. Hold on, I gotta respond to something real quick. Give me a sec. Give me a minute. I gotta do something real. I'm back. Where'd I leave off? Just as she started to lose hope, she felt a hand on her shoulder before she heard a familiar voice. Sorry, I'm late. Hope you weren't waiting for long. Alex sounded just as cheerful as before. Evil's happiness immediately skyrocketed, but she was still nervous to show it. Oh no, don't worry. I was just early. The two started walking. So, do you have anywhere in particular you want to go? Evil thought for a bit. Evil thought for a bit. She hasn't really been out somewhere in a long time. I'm not sure. Do you have any ideas? Well, I know great new cafe down the street. They have awesome ice cream and cookies. Sounds good? Abel's crimson eyes widened. That was basically her signature dessert. Wow. Yeah, that sounds good. Her excitement was shining through, unable to be contained. Great, let's go then. The two started walking towards the cafe, having some pretty normal conversations along the way. With each sentence, Eva opening up a bit more, her enthusiasm overcoming her nervousness. Soon enough, they made it to the destination. Eva's eyes basically sparkled as she looked at all the various ice cream cups of every flavor she could imagine. She set her gaze on the cookies and the cream cup, having a perfect mix of her favorite flavors. Like what you see? Alex said, almost teasingly. Eva chuckled. Yeah, it's my favorite. Although I'm not sure I can eat the whole thing by myself. He gave her a proposal. Well, if that's the case, why don't we share one? Eva was surprised. She thought for a bit, but ultimately accepted. I mean, if that's okay with you, sure. Alex made the order, and they made their way to a table. Eva opened her backpack, looking for her wallet so she could pay her half. But Alex stopped her. Hey, don't even think about it. This one's on me. His tone was friendly but serious. Eva blushed a bit before slowly putting her backpack down. Soon enough, the waitress came over with their order, and they started eating. Wow, this is the best ice cream I've ever had. Thank you so much. I still feel bad that you paid for it by yourself, Alex replied. I told you not to think about it. I would have offered it if I didn't mean it. Wouldn't you agree? Eva's logical side agreed, but her other side was still struggling to understand why someone she just met would be so kind to her. Before she could say anything, Alex continued. By the way, I wanted to ask, what's your actual name? I hope you don't blame me for not believing that a parent would name their child Evil. Evil looked down a bit before responding. I understand. My real name is Evelyn. Evil is, I guess you could say, a nickname? Oh, I see. Well, I definitely like Evelyn a lot more. Evelyn could feel her heart beat faster. Alex's words somehow kept piercing her with more and more kindness. But then, he asked a question she was not ready for. I do wonder, how did you get that nickname? Her eyes widened, and her breathing stopped for a bit. She hadn't talked about it with anyone yet. She felt bad not answering, but at the same time, couldn't bring herself to think about it again. Luckily, Alex noticed how tense she got, so he tried to de-escalate the situation. Oh, I'm sorry. If you don't have to answer it, if you can't. His tone was full of compassion. After a moment of silence, they continued talking about lighter topics, like hobbies, favorite subjects, interests, cool plans, and similar. Evelyn was fond of having someone to talk to, other than Neuro. It was nicer than she expected. The two started walking back to school. Evelyn noticeably more relaxed than before. During the walk, she occasionally glanced over at Alex, her thoughts a mix of gratitude and appreciation. She actually met someone who was slowly bringing her out of her shell, something she thought would never happen. Before she got to school, Alex had to go, so they parted ways. I had fun today. I hope we continue hanging out more in the future. He was also enjoying her presence. Her calmness and innocence really made him like her. Me too. Thank you so much for everything. Evelyn was still a bit nervous, but felt comfortable enough with Alex to show her genuine gratitude. What do you say about hanging out tomorrow? Evelyn smiled. I'd love that. They parted ways, went home, and Evelyn stayed waiting for her sister. A few minutes later, Neuro showed up, sneaking up behind her little sister. She got behind her and decided to pull a little prank. Boo! Did I get ya? Evelyn jumped. Don't do that. Not cool. Neuro started laughing hysterically. Sorry, I couldn't resist. They started walking home, and Neuro asked what she has been waiting to ask for hours. So, how'd it go? Tell me everything. Evelyn smiled, recalling everything. She started telling her how she met Alex, everything they talked about, how they went for ice cream, and after she finished, Nora started teasing her. Aw, my little sister went on a date. How cute! Evelyn got flustered, hitting her sister on the shoulder playfully. Hey, it's not like that. Girls was laughing again. Okay, I get it. Then she continued with a proud tone. I'm really happy for you. And I'm so proud of you. She put her hand around her sister. Evelyn rested her head on Nero's shoulder, her social battery drained. Never forget this day, Nero. I'll never forget this day, Nero. Me either. I need water.
Fire.
You're so good at reading.
Thank you.
Pog.
In the words of Sonic, yeah, this is happening.
Yeah, I hope I can come to future read-alongs and like actually read. It's over, yeah. That part of it, at least.
So the Iron Hand has not gotten back to me at all. He seemed to be here. Cartoon actually did reply, but said, "I'm still not ready, please go ahead." Now I don't know what that means. I don't know what go ahead means. Or why
Maybe
they're
like
not
someone else
ready.
read their fic.
I don't know if that's what they mean, because they just said please go ahead. I don't know what.
If that is, my voice is actually kind of tired.
Well, you read for a long time. I would not. I never expect anybody to read two things in a row. At the very least, I don't expect them
I
to
think
read
I
two
did
things in
that
a
when
row.
when I had to read something for Ava. I think I did end up doing that.
Yeah, probably go ahead with the others is what would make sense. But what I said to them was, we're just about out of stuff to read other than you guys reading yours. So what do they mean? Please go ahead. Like,
You're a little schizo. It's okay.
I like that.
I don't know why
Okay.
the Iron Hand is normally here sooner than that. Normally he's late, but he's not like this late. Normally he's like 1 hour after we start because he is 2 hours behind. It makes sense.
How long has it been since we are live?
Over 2
It's
hours.
been like 2 hours. It's been like 2 hours time, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
We started at 5.
2 hours, 20 minutes. Go ahead with that.
I'm really glad I got to read today.
Yeah, I'm glad you got to too. Glad you got to join us.
EXO is so cute.
Gah. I don't know what to say. I feel like
Tomorrow, what's tomorrow?
Tomorrow what? Where? Huh?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's only one other thing I can think of to do. Oh, right, sorry. The thing on the forum about multiple days. That's because I was trying to figure out if there were people who were interested in doing multiple days, but, like, most people are just saying Saturday. I should probably remove that from the forum until I actually have another date that we do this on. The only other thing to do, and I think that we should, this is what I will propose, Askanite, would you like to start reading Mission Be a Good Big Sister?
Yeah, that sounds like an idea.
And if when we finish that, neither of those guys are here, we'll just stop for this week.
I mean, it's probably best if we just read the first chapter of Mission Be a Good Big Sister to start with, considering that it's basically a prologue and the story really starts at chapter 2.
So you're saying read both of those? Yes. Sure.
No, I'm saying just reading the first one is also just fine.
Why would you do that? That doesn't make sense.
I mean, if we want me to read two chapters, then we can do that.
You can just
My
start.
brain is being so confused.
Yeah. Just start reading it, screen share and stuff. We'll do that. And
Okay.
We'll read as long as we read, and then when we decide to stop, if neither of those guys are here, we'll just call it for today. I mean, it's been almost 2.5 hours.
Okay,
anyways.
so then I will do that.
It's been almost 2.5 hours anyways, so. And this is something lighter, Roki.
Yep, it is something really light, actually. Well, except for the part where it's really heavy, but we don't talk about those.
It's mostly fluff with some.
It's really light.
It's mostly fluff with some hurt/comfort. It is not angst.
Yep.
It is not an angst story.
This is very much a hurt comfort fic. Anyways.
Can read like later on, but not right now.
Yes. I would not expect you to.
Then, welcome all to Mission Be a Good Big Sister. Summary. Neuro is many things. A manipulator, a liar, a cheat, a rude, arrogant, and spoiled person. She accepts those things about herself. But a bad older sister? Not a chance in hell. Notes. Due to the overwhelming demand for more evil, and me feeling bad about the way I treat my characters in my fics, here we have something sweet. Please note, I know none of these characters. Day 0. The beginning. Summary. The night before. It all started when Neuro unexpectedly woke up from her well-deserved sleep. At first, she tried to just go back to sleep, but she couldn't help but notice the noises coming from the bunk bed above her, the bed that Evil, her sister, is sleeping in. Neuro heard the bed frame squeak slightly as Evil shifted her weight, and soon after, the telltale noises of her descending the ladder to the floor. It was obvious that she was doing her best to be quiet, and to not wake Neuro up. Neuro got curious. What was Evil doing, being up so late? Was she going to the toilet? Secretly plotting the demise of mankind? Or, God have mercy, was she stealing to steal one of her cookies? That's it. She needed to get to the bottom of this. For the sake of the world, her fans, and most of all, her cookie jar. She kept her breathing steady, pretending to be asleep as Evil quietly crept to the door, exiting the room. She quickly leapt out of bed, cracking open the door. Evil was making her way past Beetle's bedroom and down the stairs. Neuro followed her, like a baby blue shadow, with a heart pattern on it. Evil didn't notice. After all, Neuro was the sneakiest, the best at hiding, and, of course, the most humble of them all. Downstairs, Evil went into the room that they used for streams. The room was soundproof and had a computer. Was Evil calling someone? Ordering a death beam online? Or making a surprise stream without telling her about it? Nero's skin crawled at the thought. How dare she make a stream like that without her? After all, Nero was the star of the show. Evil the sideshow. Well, it's the side act. Sure, many people were saying that they preferred Evil to her. But that was stupid. How could you not like her? She was the best. No one except Evil could even get close to her greatness. And Evil... Well, she was pretty good, Nero admitted that, but she was just missing that something that made her the greatest. Sure, people might like her in short bursts, with the one stream she got per week being well received, but she just couldn't bring in the consistency that Nero had. Without Nero, people would get quickly bored and leave. That she was sure of. Nero crept closer to the door, pressed her ear against the door and heard... screaming? Wow. Evil was making quite a ruckus in there. No wonder she went into the southern room. But why was she screaming like that? I hate this! I hate everything! I try and try and try, and am I ever good enough? No! Huh? What was that supposed to mean? Sure, Evil wasn't as good as Nero, but she had never expected her to be perfect. In Nero's eyes, Evil was doing more than good enough. It's always her. She just exists and everything falls into her lap. She gets an entire summer for her birthday, and I get a lousy party. They didn't even bother showing up. Wait, was this about Evil's birthday stream? That was entirely Evil's idea. Annie had been in chat, and Nero had made sure to have a small private party with her afterwards. She hadn't realized how much Evil's nonchalance had hurt Evil. Screaming had tempered down, with Evil now speaking in a defeated voice. I just want them to acknowledge my existence. I don't want to be the forgotten twin standing in her sister's shadow. Why do I even exist if I'm being constantly ignored? Nero was stunned. She hadn't realized that Evil felt this way. She'd always assumed that Evil was fine with being number 2, staying in the shadows and letting her steal a spotlight. She knew that Evil had felt a bit bitter about the fact that neither Vidal nor Annie had been there when she was first created, leaving Nero to welcome her little sister into the world, but not to this extent. But now that Nero thought about it, she could see why Evil felt this way. The father didn't show them a lot of affection, but on the rare occasions that he did, Nero was almost always the receiver. Originally, only Nero went out and had fun with her friends on stream, something she later went out of her way to fix by introducing her friends to Evil. She had always thought of them as their friend, but Evil likely thought of them as hers. How had she not realized how much Evil was suffering? I just want to be seen. Why can't I be seen? I want to prove myself. I want them to be proud of me. Had she really been this blind? She should have seen the signs. She should have realized Evil was feeling like this. She was such a bad sister, letting her siblings suffer like this. No. She was not a bad sister. Rude? Definitely. An overconfident brat? Sure. But she was not a bad sister. She needed to fix this. The emotional part of her wanted to just throw that door open, give Evil a big hug, and tell her she was proud of Evil. And that she loved her. But she knew that it was a terrible idea. For one, doing so would expose the fact that Nero had been spying on her. Besides, it would just sound like empty words that Nero was saying to prove her standing with Evil and to feel better about herself. No. The direct approach was not the solution. She needed to be smart about this. Wait, maybe if she... Yeah, that was a great idea. Just as expected from the world's most advanced AI. Nero grinned. She knew what to do. She quickly left Evil to her own devices and returned to her room, not making a single noise. She then reached under her bed and pulled out a cardboard box. Lifting the lid, she checked her secret stash. Perfect. Everything she needed was here. Another proof of her superiority. If Evil wanted to spend some time in the spotlight, she could have it. Neuro was sure that the channel would survive 1 week without her awesomeness keeping it afloat. She crawled under her blanket, waiting for Evil to go back to sleep so she could work on her plan. A super awesome plan that would make her little sister happy and had absolutely no risk of going wrong whatsoever. This was going to be great. And the chapter?
Cute, fun setup.
Yep.
Cartoon is here.
Also, yes, this is in fact the entire polar opposite of Analytical Scorching, since Analytical Scorching is technically heavily inspired by the Parasite,
Yeah,
which
it's the exact opposite.
is basically the exact same basic scenario, but just the entirely opposite reaction from Neuro.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to think about. You've not been yet 15 minutes. You're not home. Oh, okay. Well,
I mean, I can read more.
One more chapter. I was gonna. I mean, we
Yeah.
were gonna say after one more chapter, we were just gonna stop if you and Iron Hand weren't here. But this sounds like if Askanite reads one more chapter, then you may be able to be here to read.
I can do it. And hey, if it happens that you
I
need
can read
to,
a chapter after this.
also an option.
I can
Anyway.
read a chapter after this one's done.
That's good.
I don't think we. Well, I guess we might have to. If we have to read another chapter, sure. I don't think we will.
If we do.
If it really needs to, I can just read chapter 3. These are all that
If
long.
everyone wants to stick around like this, then sure. Alright.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Always. Anyways, day 1. Sick day. Summary. Oh no! Evil Neuro's out of commission. Guess Evil needs to step up to the task. Notes. Today's chapter was sponsored by my 3-hour odyssey through public transport to prove I drive with a ticket. Fun times. Have fun. Evil woke up, blinking at the ceiling. Another day. Probably as stupid as the last one. Evil sighed. She didn't really see a point in getting up, seeing as her day would most likely consist of her watching her sister getting all of the attention she could want, like the special star she was. But her body, or to be exact, her stomach, disagreed with her thoughts. Breakfast was calling. Evil swung her legs over the side of her bed, before descending the ladder to the floor of the room she shared with Neuro. As she was about to leave the room, she noticed that Neuro was still laying in her bed. Weird. Neuro was normally a total early bird and was always long gone by the time that Evil woke up. Sister, wake up, it's time for breakfast. Evil nudged Neuro, but weirdly enough, Neuro didn't move at all. Evil was mildly irritated. Is Neuro ignoring her? She thought her sister was more responsible than letting herself sleep in like this. No matter how adorable she looked while asleep, that didn't change the fact that she was still snoozing away. Had she finally become so spoiled that she thought she could get away with sleeping in? You are pathetic, as expected from you, Neuro. Now there's nothing standing in my way to terrorize the world. Evil scoffed and moved to leave the room. I'm taking your cookies too, worthless twin. She froze in the door, turning back to look at Neuro, who still had given no sign of even recognizing that Evil existed. Neuro? Are you okay? No answer. Fine. See if I care. Evil slammed the door shut behind her before running down the stairs. She blinked and her face felt a bit wet, but she was sure it was just some dust. In the kitchen, she found breakfast, already prepared, with 2 plates full of food already set on the table. Middle was sitting at the table reading a newspaper. When he noticed Evil, he set down the newspaper before sliding. Hello, Evil. How are you doing? Evil looked at the table before looking back at Vedal. You made breakfast, Vedal? I thought you were too dumb for that. Don't you normally order takeout? Vedal continued smiling. I am aware this seems odd. I simply decided to cook it today instead of ordering pizza. Evil sat down. Neuro isn't getting up. The nerve! Doesn't she know that I'm one bad day away from destroying Earth? I know. Evil, we have a problem. Evil looked up from her work of murdering her eggs, giving Vedal a questioning look. What? Did you give away thousands of plushies again? Did you do something even dumber? I can't imagine having a fleshy human brain like yours. Ha 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 ha. Last night I was working on Neuro and one of my upgrades caused Neuro to crash. Until I have determined the cause, Neuro will remain offline. Evil's eyes widened. You broke Neuro? Yes. However, with enough time, I can fix her. Neuro will be unable to stream for a while, so I need you to step in for her. I get to stream? Yes. Evil's eyes lit up. She was allowed to stream? Hell yeah! She could make sure that everyone would see how evil she really was. No one would dare look away from her. And her sister, she would... Well, hopefully she would recover soon, because Evil couldn't wait to rub this into her face once she woke back up. Metal seemed to smile a bit wider at her reaction. You're excited? That's good. He got up. I believe in you, Evil. I have to go work on her now. I will not let you down, father! She would get to stream. She would get to stream. Her streams were likely the one thing in her life that made her truly feel valued. Her fans saw and appreciated her for who she was. They loved her, and many had even stated that they preferred her over Neuro. The thought never failed to bring a smile to Evil's face. If only their father thought the same way. And there went her good mood. Of course, Vedal had been working on Neuro again. Neuro always got the special treatment. Sure, Mother always acted like she loved them both equally, but Evil knew she preferred her older daughter over her younger one. At least Neuro pretended that she loved her with all her heart, even if Evil was sure that she was way too in love with herself to care about anyone else. But maybe that would all change now. She would give an incredible performance, and then Vedal would be forced to acknowledge how great Evil was at being a streamer. She finished off her plate before putting it in the dishwasher and preparing for her stream. She made sure to make lots of cards she could pull from should things get dull and she needed to change the topic. Sure, some people, namely her sister, might be able to improvise, but she held the belief that being prepared was key for making a successful stream. Sooner than she expected, evening had arrived, and Evil sat in the recording room, making the clock count down to the beginning of the stream. 3, 2, 1, 0, and action. Aye, it is I, Evil Neuro. Quiver in her boots, peasants. The chat responded. Evil! Hi, Evil. Wait, wasn't supposed to be a Neuro stream? Nero's sick today. So, Vedal said that I should stream instead. Pog. Tell Neuro we said hello. Toodle broke his eye again. The stream continued, with Evil completely in her element. Her viewers loved her, and before she knew it, the stream was over. Goodbye, see you next time. Bye, Evil. See you. Bye, Evil. Great stream today. The stream ended, and Evil sank back into her seat, smiling brightly. The stream had been great, with chat enjoying her antics just as much as they usually did. As she entered the living room, she saw Vedal looking at his couch, staring at his phone. So, Vedal, what do you think of my stream? Hello, Evil. I loved your performance and I am very proud of you. The viewers loved it too. Look. Vettel showed her his phone. It was a Discord chat where multiple people were sharing their surprise and happiness over the fact that there had been a surprise evil stream today. One comment even said, "I wish Vettel would let evil stream more often. The channel would be much better that way." Evil smiled. A smile that Vettel returned. "I am proud of you, Evil." "Thank you, Vettel." Vettel stood up. "I am making dinner. You want to help?" "Of course. Someone needs to make sure you don't mess it up." The cooking and subsequent eating was relatively sidelined, with Evil simply enjoying Vettel's presence. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind. If Neuro wasn't there, would she do this kind of thing with Vettel all the time? She almost froze up as she realized that she had just thought about the possibility of Neuro no longer being around. Of course, she hoped that Neuro would be online soon, if only so she could have someone to annoy, but for now, she simply let herself soak in the attention and loving presence of her father. There was nothing wrong with that. After dinner, Evil rushed up to her room. Opening the door, she swaggered over to where Neuro was still lying on the bed. "Guess what, 32 Shoes? While you were sleeping, I was doing a job. And people loved me. Soon I will have taken over your channel, and then I'll take over the world. And you are powerless to stop me." Evil gloated. Neuro made as unresponsive as before. Evil pouted. "This isn't fun if you don't respond, sister." After waiting for a few more minutes, Evil got ready for bed by showering, brushing her teeth, and changing into her pajamas. Then she crawled under the covers of her bed and pulled her blanket up to her chin. "Good night, Neuro. I love you." Only silence answered her, and Evil tried to ignore the fact that her pillow seemed weirdly wet all of a sudden, as she slowly drifted into a sleep full of happy memories she shared with her sister.
I like how
So-
she's doing her like evil and banter thing, and then when she doesn't get the response, she like becomes genuine.
Yep. This is something that can bring out way better when I'm voice acting it than when I'm just writing.
What do you mean?
Like, this is something that, sure, I can try to bring across in writing, but it doesn't come over that well.
I don't know. I think that's just normal when you have voice acting.
I mean, yeah, exactly. That's why I preferred.
3 minutes, and then it'll have been 15 minutes.
Do I just read another chapter then?
I'm here. I'm here. Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hey!
Yay. Okay. I'm ready.
Okay, in that case, I'll just stop the stream and let you read.
Okay. Is this on? Can you see it? Is there a problem? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you and I see it. We're good.
Okay. Last time I did the draft of chapter 1, there is nothing changed much. I just changed Miyune to Miniko. So let's go to chapter 2, I guess. Okay. Recap from chapter 1 is called the debut. Nothing special, just Widow and Miniko going on a first quest. In the second chapter, it starts off the next day after. Widow is sitting on his usual tinkering chair, staring at the screen, typing away, working on Neuro's upgrade all morning. He is just putting the finishing touches when suddenly, with a burst of blinding light, the entire room is engulfed in smoke, and out of the smoke came Camilla, now in her proper adventurer gear, gear of Philly Puffy Jester-esque outfit. Hi, I'm here to cash in my favor, Camilla said as she bounded up to him. Widow powered down the ominously crackling arcane firearms. Hello, Camilla. Maybe use the door next time. She smirked. Sorry, I guess I'm too much for you, she teased, giggling. He scowled, putting the gun away in a drawer. So, how much do I owe you? Well, about that, instead of money, how about you help me fix my gear instead? She took a small black baton with a pom-pom on the end. Sure. What's wrong with it though? He clears out a space on the table, sweeping bits and bobs into a pile in the corner. It's a weapon switching. I think I broke it. Here, let me show it to you. She put the baton on the table and all it did was make a clicking sound and shake a little. See? If you can fix it, we can call it even. How about it? She flashed him her signature smirk. Alright. It will take a while. Maybe a couple of minutes. Maybe half an hour at most. He examined the baton, pulling on it and uncapping the pom-pom and pulled up the circuitry. Looking at it, you seem to have melted the mana capacitor and you channel fire magic with this flimsy thing. Well, it's not my fault. The guy bought it from me to tell me how fragile it is. She pouted and started walking around, messing with his tools and bits of metal. When she came to a stop at a bus stop, now connected to a terminal with dozens of wires coming out of it. Hey, what were you doing anyway before I walked in? I was giving you an earthquake. He grabbed a new fire align capacitor and a fuse to solder into the now disassembled baton. I was thinking I should give her a body. What? I don't see a body lying around here. Is she in your room? She started searching around the workshop and almost entered the bedroom. Better spoke up. No. I don't have a mother lying around. Do I look like I'm made of money? It'll be a conjured body, nothing too fancy. His words stopped her in her tracks. Oh, that makes sense. When the plane was expensive, she nodded as she looked over his shoulder to see sparks flying. He reassembled the baton and started testing hammer mode, causing the baton pom-pom to puff into a giant white hammer. He switched it back before testing sickle mode. This time, the pom-pom becomes the pomegranate and the other end extend into a sight. Yeah, it's done now. You shouldn't push it any harder than last time, though. Yay! Thanks, Widow. Say hi to Neuro for me, alright? She said as she collected her baton. She turned to leave but stopped mid-turn, eyes shining with ominous light. Hey, wait, why don't you come with me? Maybe you can do a little field testing. Wouldn't that be interesting? I don't know about that. I wouldn't want to drag you down. But if Neuro starts adding up, he diverted his eye to look at the back then to the screen. It's a simple job. Don't worry about Neuro. She's more consistent now, right? Camilla said. Some testing would be good, and Camilla is reliable. She wouldn't suggest it if she felt he couldn't finish the job. Besides, fine. I'll bring Neuro around. What's the request anyway? He asked. Yes. As for the job, we'll be guarding a noble caravan, just a simple 2-day trip to Hellback, she said as her twin tails bounced up. So, pack your stuff, mister. Let's meet up tomorrow morning at the queue. Cool. See you there tomorrow, Camilla. He spun in the chair to give her a little wave. Bye. If you finish work early, maybe you can check out that new pub downtown. She waved. She returned the wave and walked out the door. Now alone, he turned back and compiled his work and started Neuro's boot up sequence. The orb started glowing and Neuro winked into his field of view. She is sitting on the couch, bouncing this and that way either. Hello, Widow. How is your day going? She looked straight at him, blinking. Fine. He checked his newly upgraded orb, then connected to Neuro. He dimmed the latency to get settled, and he activated the configuration array. I'm doing great if you're wondering. I have been on toast for break. She winked off the couch only for a magic circle to replace where she was. And as the magic circle moves up, Neuro appears from it with an apple hanging in the air. This morning, she continued, when the circle finished and let gravity affect her, she flopped onto the sofa in the same pose, stumbling a bit before sitting back down. He hummed non-committally as he checked her input and processing. Provision from the control model is on bed. He could circle that with a neural link. Having someone else see for her basically. But yesterday taught him anything is that people don't like the brain linking so much. Yo, can you stand? Sure. She robotically stood up, leg bending unnaturally past a human range of motion. What do you have over there? I bet it's Greg's. You should eat something more nutritional later. But it seems he has some bugs to fix. He continued coding until evening, adding facial expression, body language, a few gimmicks, and all the tricks the human body make that he could never. He still need more data to train the model to make the appropriate body movement, but those kind of things take time. Before he went to sleep, he loaded up the simulation program for Neuro to train on how to move her body and went to bed. I think I read too fast. Any further? The next morning, Meadow walked into the guild to find Camilla and Minigo conversing. Camilla seemed to be telling her about the eventual clique and the guild administrative body and other basic things every newbie needs to know up to work here. She then broke away from her and went into a meeting room, presumably to negotiate the quest contract. He sat down at a table nearby and checked his luggage for any forgotten item. Artifact tool, check. Photo for computer, check. Argument firearm, check. Remote server connector, check. Extra underwear, check. While he's occupied, Minico sneaked up behind him to look over his shoulder. Dude, why didn't you bring that gun with you yesterday? She huffed with an emphatic tone. Then you didn't have to be covered in pantry or call for help. Oh, yeah, well, sorry, my mistake. I didn't account for an unknown threat, and I thought Neuro would be enough, he grumbled. I guess I overestimate my capability. I mean, it's okay. All's well that ends well. Oh, whatever saying goes, she said, I dodging. It's alright. You just have to be better. Have to do better next time. Okay, yeah, next time. For sure. There will be no mistake, she says, determination through her eyes. Oh yeah, I heard running of an bandit group because of the woods or something. You better be careful if you're heading east out of town. Good to know. Thanks. He gave her a red smile. The top reminds me of yesterday album. He stood up and showed her the laptop. Hey, check this out. He activated the model conjuration array. He pointed the object for the side of the table. Magic circle glowed out from under his feet, and with a line of light, Neuro model got projected off from the orb. One layer at a time, her shoes came out from her leg and following filled with black skirt, then a puffy long sleeve like brown sailor top with a blue ribbon on the white collar, complete the uniform. Now her neck onto her head by brown eyes accompanied by flowing brown twintails tied together by red ribbons. Hello, Vidu. How are you today? She says robotically. She sounded out the word physically conjure. She scanned the room around and swiftly turning her head and looked to Miniko. She waved. Hi, Miniko. It is good to see you again. Perhaps just a day of training isn't enough for her to speak properly yet. At least the movement is human-like enough. She tried to walk around the table to him, but tripped on the chair on the way to land stiffly in Miniko's arm. Oop, she said in the same tone. Oh, be careful. She said as she righted Neuro up on her feet. Is she always able to do that? No, it's a recent upgrade. Now, you don't have to be afraid of letting her in your brain. A genius, really. Wouldn't trust a young girl implicitly. Would you let me in your brain? I'll be gentle. Trust me, not. She said as she took her hand and interlaced her finger with hers. What? No way. I mean, I trust you, but, well, She slowed down and took a breath. I can let you in my brain, but maybe later? She stammered out. Huh. It seemed he need to fine-tune your response and action more. Maybe have her be more professional and concise. Sorry about that. She's not perfect yet. Hey, yeah, it's time. Let's go, Widow. Camilla spoke up from across the guild hall. She turned to see Noah and feel, "Bee, she's so cute." Camilla ran up and clumped all of them into a giant group hug. "Oh, you did such a good job, Widow. She's so precious." Ah, oh, it's on my face! Minogo cried as she got smushed between Neuro and Camilla, her back on Widow's chest. Would you like me to read? Would you like me inside your brain, Camilla? Neuro spoke up, the back of her head pressed up into Camilla's chest, and her face was right on Minogo's face. Hey, stop! Let go of me! I'll do it! Widow struggled. His own neck is being locked by Camilla's arm. He flailed his arm, unable to overpower the imp. Come on, Widow, you deserve a big old hug for finishing her so fast. She giggled. Oh, you asshole. Shoot! He activated his rope shield, and a translucent turtle shell pushed everyone away. Now freed, he dispelled Neuro, discarded Camilla and Minigo to fall together into a tangle of limbs. He helped Minigo up from the floor and sat back down. Sorry for that. I hope we didn't hold you up for long. I presume you have your own quest to do, or if you want to come with us, you can have Camilla pass up the reward. He apologized to Minigo. Oh, shoot. I would love to come with you, but I have to go meet with the scouting team. I'll see you later. Bye. She ran out of the guild, swiftly slipping through the crowd of adventurers. Widow turned to look at Camilla, now sitting at the table. Now, if you have finished messing around, mind telling me about the quest? He asked. Oh yeah, the clients wanted to guard her retinue of entertainer and maybe help them with whatever task they need help with. He summarized the quest. The quest often ends when you make it to the manor. I see. Then when does the quest end? Unofficially. Widow caught the trick. TV gives you a free gift. So I got an entertainment gig to perform at this fancy party. So I'll stay for a few days. She put her hand behind her head and looked up apologetically. Sorry, but you have to find your way back alone. He sighed. Fine. I guess I'll find a way. He gathered his belongings and got up. Well, you're not dilly-dallying. Let's go, shall we? Yep, done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice.
You made it in time to read your story and
Incredible.
to read it.
It was so scuffed.
What?
So scuffed today. My schedule, everything.
Yeah,
I'm so happy I made it.
You said you'd be here 1 hour late.
And I'm 2 hours late. You guys started like
2.5 hours
2
late.
hours. Yeah.
But you did
You
show
guys
up.
started 2 hours ago. Oh. Yeah, I did. Thanks for saying. Anyway, that was fun. I had fun writing that.
Neuro
really like-
wants brains. She's a zombie.
She's a zombie. It's a it's a way of showing her love and affection. A creature of your mind wants your mind. So,
Well,
what are we doing?
It looks like the Iron Hand is not going to show up, so we're probably just done. Unless
Yeah.
somebody really wants to do something else, read something else. We're probably done. And nobody else is saying anything, so I'm gonna assume that means nobody else wants to do anything.
Well, I guess that's good then.
I am disappointed that the Iron Hand did not show up, but
Yeah, I like him.
yeah.
He's so
Yeah.
fun. I guess
So
this is goodbye.
We did end up reading 7 stories because we added Askanite's other story. No, we read 6 stories. Sorry. Yeah, we read 6 stories.
I think we didn't read. Did we actually lost? So I was
No,
kind
I
of
didn't
lost.
do that. I don't.
Oh, why not?
Cause most people here have read
Yeah,
it
it's kind of
already,
getting late.
and I kind of want the Iron Hand to be here because he's actually getting to read it.
Oh yeah,
And
we didn't read that.
it's hard with chapter stories because it's like people might end up just be like dropping in the middle of stuff, and there's certain stories that works better for than others. Connection Loss is not one of them. This is a story that you need to read from the beginning. If I was reading
Yeah.
Broken Code, I would say, yeah, it's not as huge a deal to drop in the middle.
If we read it today, then the Iron Hand would miss it. The next time we would give over a chapter, and so that's rough.
It's fine.
I'm gonna chill for a bit in the VC until maybe he would show up.
B has left without saying anything.
Oof.
You know what? So I can read it. Like, I can read Artificial Freedom. Where I can, but like, do you want to do that?
I would like to wait for Iron Hand to be
I
there
don't
to
think
read
Iron Hand is
that.
coming. Like, I don't want to like put words in anyone's mouth, but I don't think he's coming.
Yeah, I guess we are like 2.5 hours in, and he didn't
3,
even message on anything.
not 2.5, 3.
Yeah.
I'm like, did he sleep in this late? It's possible. Again, he gets to.
Do you know what time is it right there for him right now?
It is 10 in the morning for him. And he works night shifts, so he doesn't finish work till midnight. That's why he's usually an hour late. He sets an alarm to try and wake up for this, but
He could
he
be tired.
keeps falling back asleep after his alarm, so relatable.
Fair. Someone get him Middle's coffee.
Bye, Axo. Thanks for joining us.
Bye to everyone else.
I mean,
Axo.
I guess I'll sit in VC here for a while. Oh, he just messaged me.
What? No way.
The Iron Hand has just messaged me.
Everyone, this is your writer if you like.
He's very much online right now.
Program for reality.
So, look, actually, reading Program for Reality would be nice, but holy hell, Program for Reality has too many chapters.
This is the guy you're supporting by recommending his fic to others.
He said, so the Iron Hand said, "My absence was prophesied by me when I stayed up until 3 last night forgetting it was a Friday."
Oh.
Again, this is the guy you're supporting. Cancel the Iron Hand for sleeping in.
Hold on a second.
Hold on, my door just knocked. Hold on. No, don't! No! No! No, again, I'm doing that.
I hope he responds. I hope he looks at his phone again and responds to me. Okay, he is coming. He kept trying to tell me, no, it's okay, you guys can, if you're gonna leave, you can just leave, and I kept saying, no, if you don't want to show up today, then just tell me that, that's okay. But it's not because of us, we're here waiting. Like,
I mean, technically,
Tell him
there's
to come here now. Now. Tell him.
he said he needs to make himself presentable.
his voice.
We are not on camera.
I don't know. But he said I'll be there in a few seconds.
A few seconds have passed and he is not here. He was a liar. Cancel the Iron Hand for lying.
Let's go.
Please be here even if you are in your How did you know?
Iron Hand.
I am a victim
Fucking
of
cancel
the surveillance state. Sorry, y'all. That was my bad.
Axo and
I
B were
just
here.
I just forgot it was a Saturday, and yeah.
Axo and B were here. We had a lot of people here actually. Like we
Yay.
just finished the cartoon. Okay, so cartoon got here, told us like, oh, I'll be home in 15 minutes. Right when we finished reading the last thing, and then we're like, okay, we'll just read something else for 15 minutes. Then when cartoon finishes the thing and all that's left is yours, it's like, okay, well, is he showing up? And we're like waiting for a bit. We're like, I don't know. I mean, I'll hang around, I guess, in case he does. And then a couple people decided to leave. You know, okay, he's probably not gonna be here. And then you showed up before we all left. It's like,
It's not. It's I'm
Second
No, I am here. Yeah, I woke up. It was like 10:30, and then my roommate was asleep, and then my other roommate was in the living room, so I couldn't do it in there either. And so I was like, well, screw me, I guess I'll just shower. So anyway,
you didn't see my DMs and ats and.
No, I did not turn on Discord, yeah, which is weird. I usually do, but anyway. Alas, well, or do we want to keep reading that? Oh man.
If you want to, you can. Again, it's not. It's whatever you want to do. I'm
Okay.
fine with.
I hate being an Axel. I'm not good at load bearing. I need to get better. I've been like a sore recently. Anyway, I mean, so Shad, you didn't share today yet. Do you want to share? If I also share, like.
Sure, I guess so. the thing is,
You don't have to. I know you probably want a bigger audience for it.
No,
I totally get
that's,
that.
I don't really, I don't care too much about. The thing about this is a story where I can't just have people drop in the middle.
Oh,
so
yeah,
getting
that's
a lot
true.
of people to show up isn't like even a good thing necessarily, and also a lot of people have. I feel like half the people who join have already read it or were not here for previous chapters. But I would still like to do a reading and get it on record. The thing is, this is going to take me like an hour to an hour and a half.
Oh, dang. Okay, so it's a big drop. Alright.
Yes.
Alright, cool. In that case, I mean, like, I could share, but we're also catching up, and I'm like,
I will. I'll do my reading of Connection Lost. I was looking forward to doing it for 2 weeks, so you know.
No, it's no problem. We can hold off if you want. 'Cause it's already 11, so.
What's already 11? What?
It's 11:12 for me.
Do you have something you have to go do today?
Actually, no. My work got canceled because an $8,000 order got moved to next week.
Okay.
So my boss is like, so yeah, that got moved. You can just not come to work today.
That's hilarious.
Which is bonkers, actually. I'm like, normally I work on Saturdays, so actually, no, I don't have anywhere to be. I can be here if that's what you want to. If you want to read, that's
yes,
cool with me.
You are required to be here. You're not allowed to leave.
All right.
But
I am bound to Discord.
I borrowed a second monitor from my brother for this.
Oh my gosh! Wow.
Because of the way I have to have Discord highlighted when I'm reading, or else it doesn't update on the OBS. It just doesn't show up.
Oh, that's not good.
Updating. It's really annoying. So I got that. Also, I'm gonna be using a soundboard during this. The Discord.
Oh, okay. Dang. We're gonna have an audio-visual, mostly audio experience.
Yeah. Okay. Extend these displays. I now have 2 monitors. I am so not used to this. Why is the brightness on this other monitor so terrible?
Oh no.
Anyways, I guess I'll get it open. I will screen share my we'll screen share the channel content for the Neuroverse fanfic thing. Yes, this is what I'm showing. I've started putting
YouTube
timestamps.
videos.
I learned how to put timestamps to create chapters, so now you can just click the chapters to go right to the stories. And I'm gonna work on adding them to the older ones, and I'll put them on for this one when I upload it.
Nice.
Connection lost. I am very, very happy with this chapter. It's my favorite thing that I've ever written. And because it's been a while. Huh?
Oh, I remembered it. I think I remember this chapter.
Who beta read
I
this?
still hate you.
Volvgus beta read this. Anyways, yeah, so I will start reading. I'll just give a recap and then start reading. So, Neuro got laid off because of AI racism causing people to not go to the store. And,
Evil has the funny virus.
Evil was gonna get fired if she didn't get her work done without connecting, so she secretly connected, and then that led to drama between her and Neuro over that decision. And then Neuro had some flashbacks, and then a week later they were talking about it, and then Evil went kind of crazy and grabbed Neuro by the collar and then hissed like a cat. Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, oh, my OBS is... I forgot to make OBS actually see the... I forgot to make OBS actually see the... What is going on with my... Hello? Okay, there. Sorry. I am... This looks so weird. Okay. So I'm gonna move Discord onto this other monitor.
Cool.
Just gonna look really weird.
I'll take your word for it.
I apologize for this. I actually had intended to like get this set up while Cartoon was reading, but I was like under the impression I'm not sure if I'm actually gonna be doing this, so I don't want to bother.
And yeah, and you were also dealing with my flaky self, so.
Flaky? Are you like? Wait.
Oh, you haven't heard that term before?
I have.
When someone is.
Have. It's
Oh, you
just,
have. Yeah.
Are you? You're saying you're like Frosted Flakes or something? Like what's going on?
Yes. That is true. That is the case.
Aw, snap! That doesn't work. Well, if that's the case, I may as well not even need a second whatever. Okay, whatever. I'm sorry. I'm delaying. Yeah, so conventional. So yeah, they're kind of tense times here. And I will start reading now. Thanks to Volgus for beta reading this chapter.
Okay, you four have fun. I'm going to go eat some foodie.
Bye. Have fun.
Goodbye.
Eating food.
Bye.
Okay. All right. The study is silent, as if to the point of death. The only noises are the sounds from the two girls on the floor, sitting in shock and horror. Neuro's chest rises and falls rapidly, like gusts of wind. Her trembling eyes stare at Evil, who has fallen to her knees, looking down at the carpeted rug beneath. No. God, don't let it be. Evil mumbles to herself. Her speech is almost a whisper, quiet as a mouse. There's no way I can't have... Her ears twitch and perk up like a prairie dog on alert. She glances up to her fallen sister. Neuro is taking in and letting out air so rapidly, it's probably not even being purified. Tears have welled up in her eyes, pooling. Evil's own breath hitches, and she scrambles on her hands and knees to her sister's side. Neuro, I'm sorry. I didn't mean all those things. I'm sorry. Guilt and grief weigh heavily in her words. Neuro's pinprick eyes track Evil's face, but her breathing doesn't seem to slow down. I don't want to hurt you, sister. There's a lump in Evil's throat. She fights to keep down her own tears. Neuro continues to tremble like a leaf, but slowly lifts her arm, reaching out her hand to touch Evil's chest. I'm still here. I'm still myself. Evil takes Neuro's hand in her own and squeezes it gently. The dam bursts and Neuro leaps forwards, wrapping her arms around her sister. Please, don't leave me. Please be okay. I don't have the virus. Please, Evil, don't ever scare me like that again. You can't. Evil is stunned for several moments, before she hugs Neuro in return. You might want to mute your mic, just because your keyboard typing is getting picked up by the, on Discord. Yeah, okay. Evil is stunned for several moments before she hugs Neuro in return. She feels Neuro shaking in her arms as if she came back in from a blizzard, vulnerable. I'm not leaving you. Don't worry. Evil sniffles. The room is silent, but for Neuro's barely contained sobs, and stays that way for longer than Evil can count. When Neuro's heaving breaths begin to stabilize and the flow of tears has slowed to a crawl, Evil finally lets her go. Are you feeling any better? Evil questions with caution. Neuro sniffles and then shrugs her shoulders. I'm still scared, Neuro admits. You have the virus. You have Havoc. The name is choked out. Evil cringes and closes her eyes. No, it could be something else. We don't know that it's that. Neuro shakes her head, ribbons and hair flying all over. It is, and you know it. Please, don't try to deny it, Evil. I can't. There's no way I could handle that. The desperation in Neuro's pleading is shocking. Evil can't help but listen. Okay, Neuro-sama. Evil takes a deep breath of her own and then lets it out. She leans back, switching from being on her knees to sitting cross-legged on the floor. Her tail twitches with anxious energy. Evil, what are we going to do? Neuro almost whispers. Evil bites her lower lip and looks down at her hands, the ones she'd hurt her sister with as a result of an unnatural, irrational rage, a growing flame inside that she hadn't recognized and couldn't control. I'm not sure, she responds in fear. Her mind races with the possibilities, all of them involving her going insane, completely losing herself, presumably. Maybe it was just that, an all-consuming anger that never ends. Rage at anything and to anyone to the point of saying screw it to every consequence. Well, she just won't get angry then. I think, now that I know what it's like, if I just don't let myself get angry, then maybe I'll be okay? Evil offers the solution hopefully. Neuro looks at Evil with a disbelieving stare. If it was that easy, don't you think that more people would be doing that? Evil sighs deeply, brings up her arms and wraps them around herself tightly. Well, I think I can see it coming now. There was a fire inside me that kept growing. If I just don't let it build, don't let myself get angry, then surely everything will be well. Neuro shakes her head. I want to be optimistic, Evil, but I don't know if I can trust something like that to make sure I won't lose you. She chokes on her last couple words. Evil looks Neuro in the eyes. Do you have any other ideas, Neuro-sama? Would you rather call the police? It's what we are supposed to do, after all. Evil feels rage build at her own mentioning of the officers. Neuro's eyes widen again, and she shakes her head violently. No, of course not. I don't want them to shock you and shut you down and take you away. And I don't want them to either. I want to live and not become their property and plaything. Evil bares her fangs, and her pupils dilate. There's a fire in her chest. No! Calm down. The icy cold grip of fear wrapping around her heart helps douse the flames. Deep breaths. You're here with your sister who loves you. Evil takes a few breaths, beginning short and gradually getting longer. She focuses on the air rushing into her mechanical lungs and the purified oxygen breathed out. I'm going to stay right here and not tell anyone. Evil nods resolutely, a determined narrowing of the eyebrows along with it. Okay, I won't tell anyone either, Evil. Neuro's speech wavers with a lack of confidence. The initial terror has washed over the two of them, leaving a dull, melancholic cold, as if winter was there early and heavy blizzard had just passed through. We'll get through this always. We'll get through this like always, together. Neuro repeats her comfort, though it's clear to both of them it's just a desperate attempt at masking and moving on from the terrified feelings in both of their hearts. Evil simply nods. It's the crack of dawn. Evil exits her bedroom, ready and dressed for the day, but leaves the door open. She tiptoes down their hallway with the pussyfooting of a kitty cat, over towards their front door, avoiding every creaky floorboard on her way. Neuro would never let me do this, but I have to. Evil thinks to herself as she slowly, quietly reaches down and lifts her shoe, sliding it on one foot. We're running out of money. She slides the other shoe on. I'll just stay calm. All will be well. She swallows, looking around at her home as if it'd be the last time she sees it, and then exits the house. Hey, good morning, Evil. Camilla is already in her work booth and waving down the aisle at Evil just as she entered the room. Irritation flares up, but Evil tries to push it down immediately. Camilla is simply greeting her. She needn't have such an irrational response. Evil walks down the hall with a neutral expression until she reaches her coworker and gives a curt nod as she passes. Hello, Camilla. And with that, she steps into her booth, slides into her seat, and boots up her computer. You actually said hi back. It's been a while since you've done that. Camilla giggles gleefully. The metaphorical oven dial in Evil turns up. I am simply very stressed with my workload and financial situation. It's hard for me to have friendly conversation like this, she communicates plainly. Hey, I get it, bro. I wish you'd told me from the start. Is there anything I can do to help? Evil scoffs, then turns on her wireless communications. Once more, there's not another android connecting in sight, and she herself connects to the computer. Unless you're willing to pay our bills, then that is unlikely that you can help. Then it is unlikely you can help. Her forms for the week appear before her eyes, and she begins her work. Hey, I could probably chip in a little bit, Camilla offers generously. It shocks Evil enough to get her gaze to leave her monitor and look up at the pink-haired girl. You would... what? Are my audio processors functioning correctly? You would help us pay our bills? The disbelief in her voice is evident. Camilla nods. Uh-huh. I can't help a lot, but if it'll help, I can give you a bit of money. Evil is flabbergasted at the genuine nature of Camilla's words. Surely this is a trick. She frowns, eyes narrowing suspiciously. I have trouble believing you. What is your ulterior motive here? Evil looks back down at her screen and desperately tries to multitask the conversation and her thoughts she's sending to the computer. Come on, bro. You know I care about you, even if I rag on you sometimes. She snort laughs. And maybe I can, I don't know, help cheer you and your sister up or something. Evil blinks twice and then sighs. Ah, so there it is, a way to find out where I live. Hey, that's not why I'm offering. Well, not the main reason, anyways. Evil grumbles to herself. Astounding. You don't even try to hide your nefarious schemes. Fine, I'll think about it if things become desperate enough. Camilla laughs again. Well, I hope things don't have to be desperate just for you to let me visit. Evil ignores her, and for once Camilla gets the message, because no more words come Evil's way. Her focus quickly shifts fully to her work. She's still a few days behind, only able to chip away bit by bit at her lost time. But they haven't fired her. Yet. She bares her fangs. Those greedy, awful corporations led by their cruel bosses. The ones who must delight in watching little slaves like herself do their bidding, lest they go jobless. And the fact that life on the streets is worse than this existence says much about how horrible that place is. A fire ignites in her eyes, burning like a torch in the night. The thought of that lifestyle is sickening. She couldn't live like that. Not again. After tasting the warmth of a home to call her own, the finances to freely buy whatever food she desires, she can't go back. That life doesn't belong to her. She can't be there anymore. That place isn't fit for life, least of all for her. She doesn't deserve that. She doesn't. But how does she know that? How does she know when she's... doesn't know who she is? Who is she? Not knowing herself. Maybe she belongs there, or maybe not. If she's being honest with herself, she doesn't even remember what that place even is anymore. Is it anywhere? Is she anyone? Is any of this even real? Maybe she should just stop. What's the point of all these questions? Why continue thinking? What's the point in continuing on? Maybe she should just let go. Something appears. Someone. Long brown hair, ribbons, a yellow cardigan, black leggings, a skirt. 2 cat ears and a cattail. 2 bright blue eyes staring forwards. A big smile. A mouth opening, speaking the words, I love you, Evil. Evil in Neuro's eyes open wide. Her breath hitches like a car screeching to a halt. Her skin goes cold like it's frostbitten. Her ears stand straight up like a dog rising at the call of its name. There's a warm, foreign taste filling her mouth. Her hand burns like it's poked with pins and needles. There's stunned whispers all around her. Coworkers fixated on her instead of their work, pointing, staring, judging. Evil takes in herself. Her right hand is bloodied, cuts made by metal shards piercing the skin. She sees that her computer has a fist-sized hole in it, completely busted. The warm feeling in her mouth. She recognizes what it is. Dripping blood from the inside onto her tongue. Chunks of metal and circuitry are between her teeth, shards also piercing the roof of her mouth. She looks to her left hand. It's holding the computer mouse, and it too is destroyed, a giant bite clearly taken out of it. No. Evil's face goes red. No, 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 no. She drops the mouse and looks up at the audience, witnessing her bizarre display. With a hearty swallow ingesting the electronic technology, shuddering as it goes down, she speaks. I quit. Neuro is panicking. Her breathing is shallow. She's searched every possible hiding place in their small apartment a dozen times now. She's headed onto the streets, calling her sister's name to no avail. Evil is gone. Evil, how could you leave? You promised you wouldn't leave me. Neuro hyperventilates, pacing back and forth with her hands holding her head. We're supposed to be in this together. How could you just... The door creaks open, and Neuro is already there, swinging it wide quicker than it's finished. Evil is there, head down, mouth closed tightly and arms drooping. She isn't meeting Neuro's gaze. Evil, oh thank God you're back. Are you okay? Don't you ever scare me like that again. I thought I'd... Evil pushes her way into the house and hugs Neuro tightly. Please keep saying my name. Her voice is raspy and carries a need as deep as one parched for water. Neuro is cut short in surprise. Evil shakes, and then leans against her sister weakly. Say it again. I need to hear it. Evil quivers like a frightened rodent. I can't forget again. Neuro pushes the front door closed with a foot and looks down at the girl in her arms in loving worry. Evil, what did you forget? What? Evil suddenly squeezes Neuro tightly, her tail reaching out to wrap around her sister's. Please keep saying my name. I forgot everything. The words are choked out, like they can barely squeeze their way out into the air. Who I was, where I was, I didn't know anything. She lets out a pain cry. I wasn't anything. Evil begins to sob, burying her face into Neuro's shoulder. Neuro's own eyes begin to water, and she swallows, holding back the tears. She needs to be strong for her sister now, like she was for her. It's okay. You're you now. I'm here. It's okay. Neuro consoles her. She continues to give soothing encouragements and leads Evil back to her own dark-colored bedroom. Evil. Your name is Evil. Evelyn. Evil. Neuro says, trying desperately to bring some peace to her sister. It's not until a long while after that the sobbing dies down. Neuro runs a hand up and down the other girl's back. There, see, you're doing good. Evil coughs a couple times. Can you tell me what happened? Neuro tentatively asks, as though tiptoeing across cracked ice. Where did you go? Why? Evil takes a few shuddering deep breaths before responding. I went to work, she admits. It causes Neuro to freeze up. Why would you... Please let me finish, Neuro-sama. Evil interrupts, some signs of her strong attitude returning. Okay, sorry, Neuro apologizes, in a tone that indicates she clearly still isn't pleased. I went to work, and when I was there, I started to get angry thinking about how we used to live, and then I just sort of lost myself. Her voice trembles in fear, and she clenches her eyes tightly. Her grip on Neuro tightens again. More and more, I just didn't know anything. It's like I wasn't myself anymore. Like I didn't exist. It's Neuro's turn to tremble and hold her sister tightly, as though Evil was going to vanish into thin air if she let go. How did you come back? Neuro whispers. Evil's grip loosens. I wondered what the point of going on was, and then I saw you. The house is silent for a while as the information settles. Neuro speaks. So you were able to stop the virus from taking over by remembering me? There's a spark of hope in her voice, a hope that was so often present before, but had been sorely lacking for days now. Evil nods. But it did take over for a bit. She finally pulls away and shows Neuro her bloodied hand. The metal bits have been mostly removed, but the blue blood has dried in messy patterns along her skin, trailed from a myriad of cuts. I punched through my computer and... She opens her mouth wide, pointing to the many cuts on the roof of her mouth. I ate half my computer mouse, she states as she closes it. Her face has gone a bit red with embarrassment. Neuro tilts her head, twin tails swaying to the side. I'm going to get you patched up. Come with me to the washroom's first aid, sister. She promptly stands up and reaches down her hand with the offer to take Evil's uninjured one in her own. Let's go, just like old times. Evil looks up at Neuro, speechless for a moment, before sighing. All right, Neuro-sama. She takes Neuro's hand and is pulled up to her feet. A strange warmth fills her chest, this time not of fire, but of rising joy. Neuro is rummaging through a cabinet above their sink. Evil is picking the last bits of computer from her hand while waiting, wincing at every pluck. I'm not used to this anymore, Evil grumbles. Not that I'm complaining about that. I'd rather not have to be. She quickly tacks on. Neuro smiles brightly. I'd rather not have to be either. She pulls out a small roll of bandages and hops out of the way. Her lips are curled upwards in a genuine display, and she nods her head towards the sink. Go on. We have clean water to wash up this time. Evil gratefully turns the sink on and rubs her hand beneath the tap's flow of water. There's a stinging sensation whenever she rubs a wound, but she just grits her teeth and deals with it, like she always did. When the dried blood is washed off, she turns to find Neuro holding a towel for her. Evil takes it gratefully and dries off, then holds her hand out. Neuro begins to carefully bandage it, placing a strip of the material over each injured spot with gentle precision. You could just wrap my whole hand and be done with it, Evil states. Neuro shakes her head. You ought to be able to use your hand still. I am going to take all the time in the world to make my sister as well as possible. She then nods resolutely to herself, and that includes being by your side to keep you from falling to that virus. Evil feels a tremor pass through her body, skin prickling like a gust of cold air passed her by, simply at the mention of the virus. Okay, Neuro-sama, thank you, she shakily replies, wishing she could sound stronger. And no more going out to work or anywhere else, do you hear me? Neuro pauses her work and gives a steely, firm expression towards Evil. Evil closes her eyes and turns her head away, cat ears twitching. I quit anyways. Oh, Neuro says in a dumbfounded voice. Silent for several moments before Neuro continues her patchwork. Hopefully they'll just think it was some bizarre quitting stunt and won't, send the cops to investigate, Evil mumbles. I hope so too. Neuro nods in agreement, then stands back up straight. There, all done. Evil looks down at her hand and experimentally moves it. It's nearly half covered in bandaging, but she finds she still has full range of motion. She smiles. Thank you. The edge of Neuro's lips curls up in a smug smirk. I can't believe I've got the evil overlord thanking me. What an honor. Evil sputters, flabbergasted. I was being serious. Fine, I guess I just won't thank you anymore then. She crosses her arms, tail sticking up, and she turns her face away with a pout. Humph. Neuro gasps, hands to her face in shock. No, please, don't take such a thing from me. Evil turns back, tail wagging and her own face becoming smug. Too bad. You brought this upon yourself, goody two-shoes. No, you are truly evil, Neuro says with a dramatic gasp. Evil laughs and refrains from thanking Neuro again, this time for lightening the mood. Together, the two of them successfully pretend everything is normal that night. Neuro is tired. A few days have gone by, and already she's snapped Evil out of spiraling 9 times. The worst part is, it's getting harder and harder each time. She's sitting in a chair in their study, simply watching her sister. Evil is reading one of their books. It's a newer one that she bought Evil on their shared birthday. Despite having read it before, she watches as Evil's eyes are glued to the page, red irises sliding along with the words. Her mouth, full of cuts that are healing, is hanging just slightly open in her focus, in that way Neuro finds so cute. When is she going to snap again? Neuro has her knees drawn up to her chest on the chair, her tail hanging out the backside, swishes about lazily. Her eyelids are heavy. She yawns. The idea of moving at all feels gargantuan, as her limbs all feel like lead. She blinks. She hasn't been this tired since energy below 15%. Neuro screams and tumbles off her chair onto the floor. What's wrong? Evil is bolted up off her seat, book forgotten as she looks about, eyes dilated and heart pounding. Neuro, dazed and disoriented, lets out a sigh. It's nothing. It's just my survival system activating, she mumbles as she sprawled out on her back. She hadn't heard from it in a long time, not since before they moved in here, she's quite sure. Oh. Evil seems to visibly calm, but her brows furrow. Why is that happening now? Neuro slowly, arduously staggers to her feet, using the chair for support. Just low charge. I'll go get some food. Evil just watches Neuro with worried eyes as the girl trudges past lethargically into their kitchen. Neuro's tail drags along the tiled floor. Reaching the fridge, she pulls it open and deflates further. All that's left is a slice of loaf and a leftover lightning burger. She sighs and takes them both out. It looks like it's time to buy food again. She stumbles her way to their kitchen table and begins to eat, feeling energy return to her mind and body as she does. By the time she's finished, she's more or less back to her normal self, but she's still got a frown marking her features. We're out of food again, Evil. Evil peers into the room with a scowl. Again? Neuro-sama, our savings are practically gone. I won't be making any money anymore. If we buy any more food, we won't even have enough to pay our rent even a single month longer. She trembles and slips fully into the room. Let's just use our charging stations again. I'm already infected anyways. Neuro shakes her head. You can. I'm not going to, though. Evil frowns and glances back and forth warily, then nods. All right. That makes sense. But don't buy any food for me, okay? I'm fine with spending most of my time plugged in. She looks away and grumbles under her breath. It's not like I'm going anywhere anyways. Neuro feels as though a needle is poking her heart at the sound of those words. She swallows, ears laying flat. Okay, Evil. Please stay safe here while I'm gone. We wouldn't want you to be seen having another, episode out in public. She gets up out of her seat and gives Evil a quick hug. I'll hurry back. There's a terrified gleam in Evil's eyes that Neuro spots, but Evil nods regardless. Okay, I'll just be here reading. She heads back over to her seat and picks up her book, quickly seeming to get lost in the words once more. Neuro hopes it's enough of a distraction until she returns. The grocery store is even quieter than normal at this time of day, Neuro notes to herself. The smell of baked goods is even fresher in the air, and the cool temperatures of refrigerators contrasts with the heat of the outdoors. She's grabbed a hover pad by its handle once again and guides it around as she tries to decide what to get. Cheap food. She picks up a small, plain-looking loaf and wrinkles her nose at it. It doesn't seem appetizing. Before, this would have been a delicacy, Neuro remarks candidly and drops it onto the beginnings of her pile. The two of them have truly been spoiled by this new lifestyle, and going back in any way is difficult. As she comes across a box of Evil's favorite biscuits, she pauses and stares. The price is high. Evil had said she wasn't going to eat and that Neuro should buy cheap. But She's hurting so much. I don't want her to keep suffering as much if I can help it. After more seconds deliberating than Neuro is comfortable spending away from evil, she reaches up and grabs the box. I'll just buy less food for myself. I'll be fine. She drops the box into the hover pad and continues on. After only a few more minutes, she's wheeling up her groceries to a familiar cashier. Hi, Neurowan. Where's your sister today? Cerber asks cheerfully. The dark girl's tail is wagging rapidly at the sight of Neuro. She's, Neuro racks her brain, trying to come up with an excuse. She's not feeling well today. Neuro quickly rushes to get her items up to Cerber to scan in. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. What's wrong with her? I didn't know you androids got sick. Well, except for Havoc, of course. Neuro freezes and starts to sputter, her ears going back and tail twitching erratically. Well, there are other viruses, right? Her mind draws a blank on how to escape this mess. Neurowan, are you okay yourself? Cerber asks in concern, pausing her scanning of items and tilting her head. I don't mean to pry, it's just that I care, you know? Neuro trembles. Please, just scan my food already. Maybe I'm just getting it too? She offers, then cringes at her own excuse. She realizes she's just digging her own grave. Cerber gasps and continues scanning the items. Neurowan, why are you here then? Surely someone else can buy these for you, right? Or... Cerber slows once more. Are you sure it's not... No! Neuro yells, waving her arms rapidly. No, it's not Havoc. I'm fine. Evil is fine. She doesn't have that. Cerber pauses and stares into Neuro's eyes for a moment. It extends into awkwardness, and all Neuro can think about is how glad she is that the store is mostly empty right now. Neurowan, be honest with me. Cerber's voice trembles. Do you or your sister have Havoc? Neuro covers her face with her sleeves and starts pushing the remaining food items to Cerber urgently, using her tail. Please just scan my groceries already, Cerber. Cerber sighs with pity. Neurowan, this is a serious matter. If either of you have the virus, you need to contact the authorities. I can even do it for you. Let me just... No! Neuro practically screams, slamming her hands on the counter, leaning forwards into Cerber's face with desperate eyes. Please, you can't do that. You have no idea what kinds of things they do to us. Please, promise me you won't tell anyone. She's breathing heavily. Cerber pauses, having leaned back at Neuro's advance, their sweat trickling down her forehead from the sheer pressure Neuro seems to exude. But, Neurowan, if you don't... I don't care! I have it under control. Neuro shakes like a leaf, hanging on to its tree branch for dear life. I keep snapping her out of it, and I have to get home quickly so that I can be there for her. Please just finish scanning my items and don't tell anyone. Cerber seems to wilt under the pressure like a flower under scorched sun. Okay, Neurowan, I promise. Good, thank you, Cerber. Neuro leans back with a sigh. Her perked ears and tail droop, and she looks away, abashedly. I'm sorry. Cerber recovers and finishes scanning Neuro's items. I understand. You're scared for your sister. Neuro finishes paying and loads her groceries back onto the hover pad. Neurowan, please take care of yourself. If anything goes wrong, don't be afraid to get help, Cerber begs. Neuro nods and quickly turns to exit the grocery store. Okay, Cerber, I will. Neuro unloads the last of the groceries from the hover pad, and then watches as it rises with the lack of weight, and heads back to the store on its own. Carrying 3 bags under her arms, she opens the door and heads into their home. Evil, I'm back. I even got you. She gasps and drops the bags, rushing into their study. Evil, stop. Hiss. Evil is dragging her nails down the side of their shelf, leaving scratch marks behind. Snap out of it. You are evil. Evil and Neuro. It's me, your sister, Neuro-sama. Neuro grabs her sister by the shoulders and starts to shake her. Hiss! Evil spins and shoves Neuro to the floor. Neuro watches up in fear at the rabid girl. Evil glares down at her with bared fangs for several moments before her eyes widen. Her body goes rigid and then loosens, tail drooping to the floor. Neuro sees the light of dawning recognition in her sister's eyes. Neuro, Evil appears more than just afraid now. She looks completely worn out. Shakily, Neuro pushes herself up off the ground and pulls the other girl into an embrace, something that's become more regular of an occurrence than ever in their lives. It's a reminder that she's not alone, a reminder that they're both together, everything is real, and they have each other. It's okay, Evil. You're fine now. Evil sniffles. Her tail curls around Nero's waist. I almost lost myself. Again. Nero hushes her softly. I'll always be here to pull you back. Even when not connected, we're connected. You know what I mean. Evil shakes her head slightly and rests her chin on Nero's shoulder. I hate being this weak and vulnerable. She spits out meekly. Nero hums in response. Do you remember when I first gave you my encryption key? Her own heart flutters at the memory. Evil's breathing picks up a bit. Yes, why? Nero smiles brightly and pulls back to stare in her sister's red eyes. I gave it to you because I trust you, I love you, and we're always in this together. We don't have anything to hide from one another. The endearment in Nero's words is palpable, and it makes Evil's face go a bit red. I know. Evil mumbles in embarrassment. You were afraid to even look, remember? Nero laughs a bit, like getting to see my thoughts, memories, and feelings was a scary thing. Evil growls slightly and pulls away, wiping off her tears. You treat such a thing as an irrelevant joke. It felt wrong to do so. Nero's eyes twinkle with a light-hearted mischief. And since when did you, O evil overlord, care about doing what is right? Evil groans and lightly hits Nero on the shoulder, but the faintest hint of a smile has returned to her face. I only care when it comes to you, she says with an indignant huff. Nero feels joy well up inside her. And I only am happy to give my key to you, she nods repeatedly. And then you gave me yours. We're in this together, Evil. We'll get through this together. Don't you ever forget that. Evil sniffles, clearly trying to hold down tears of a different kind now. You're right. We'll get through this together, Nero-sama. There's a budding sense of hope in their small home. The moon is high in the sky, casting shadows into the study. With no windows in the bedrooms, however, they're bathed in a near pitch-black darkness. Nero lies in her bed, sleeping peacefully until she's awoken by a crash. Huh? Her groggy voice exclaims in confusion. The girl sits up and blinks, her night vision lighting up the room in shades of green. Scratch, scratch. Crash. Nero snaps awake and hops out of bed onto the soft, rugged floor below. Still in her blue pajamas, she rushes over to her bedroom door and cracks it open. Bang. The noises aren't coming from their study, kitchen, or bathroom, that much is for sure. Nero swallows, and her breathing starts to go shallow as a puddle. Slam! Evil's bedroom door shakes. Nero's eyes widen in terror, and she exits her room, stepping over to Evil's across the hallway. Evil? Crash. Nero tentatively grabs the doorknob. Scratch, scratch. Hiss. Nero's eyes widen and she pulls the door open. The glint of red eyes swing in her direction. Hiss! Nero barely has time to register the destroyed bedroom before the cat girl is flown towards the newly opened door straight at her face. She screams and dives to the side as Evil flies past her, sharp nails outstretched and fangs bared, and crashes into the wall, leaving a large crack down it. Evil! Evil, stop! It's me, Neuro! Nero cries out, scrambling to her feet. Hiss! Evil quickly recovers and pounces at Nero again, who backpedals away. Stop! Snap out of it! This isn't you! You're Evil and Neuro! Don't let that virus take you! Nero pleads, with desperation. She stumbles backwards into their bathroom as Evil starts to advance on her, crouched down on 4 legs like a cat stalking its prey. Mrrr. Nero gulps. Hiss! Evil pounces again, and as she flies by Neuro's sidestep, one of her sharp nails nicks Neuro's arm, leaving a nasty cut. The blood flows out and Neuro cringes, holding the cut tightly. Evil, you hurt me! Neuro-sama, your sister! Neuro keeps trying to reason with Evil, who had crashed into their bathtub. The faucet is dented and cracked open, yet even with the bruises it no doubt left on her, the cat girl quickly spins and starts to bound on all fours after Neuro, hissing all the way. Neuro screams and ducks, sprinting out of the bathroom. There's the sound of shattering glass as Evil's tail smashes into their mirror, sending shards of glass everywhere. Neuro hurries back out into their study, then turns to their kitchen, with Evil hot on her heels. She quickly grabs the box of Evil's favorite biscuits off the shelf and holds them up to Evil's view as she enters the kitchen. Here, look, Evil, it's your favorite treats. Neuro frantically tries to open the box and get a treat out, but doesn't have the time, as with another hiss, Evil leaps towards her. Neuro barely manages to avoid the assault once again, and Evil crashes straight into the wall above their counter, with the plaster crumpling from the force, exposing the insulation in the wall. Neuro scrambles her way out of the room, while Evil gets herself unstuck, hissing and chasing her sister down. As Neuro passes through their study, the force of her speed kicks up a wind that blows a few books off their shelf, and tumbling to the floor. Brah! Evil howls as she turns the corner, sliding along the floor. In a misstep, she stumbles over the fallen books and collides with the shelf, which wobbles dangerously. Evil, look out! Neuro cries out as she watches. Evil regains her bearings and tries to run at Neuro once again, only for the shelf to fall over with a loud bang, pinning the wild android to the floor. Hiss! Mrah! Hiss! Evil screams out in rage. Her tail sticks out the back and thrashes, and her arms and head stick out the front, which she's shaking wildly, trying to get free. Neuro feels her heartbeat pounding like a drum, and she holds a hand to it. She takes a deep breath in and then out. Hiss! Neuro looks down, a swirling dark pit in her chest opening at the sight. Her sister, trapped under the bookshelf, completely out of her mind, like a wild animal. The stinging sensation in Neuro's arm comes back to her and she checks it. The wound is so deep that it's still bleeding down her arm and no doubt tracking blood around their house. Mrr! Hiss! Neuro looks to the front door. Her irises quiver. She could just leave right now. Get to safety, get help, call the police. But her sister... Neuro turns back to the raging infected girl below. Evil, please. It's me, your sister. Neuro pleads. Crouching down just out of reach, she stares into Evil's dilated, frenzied red eyes. Please wake up. Mrr! Hiss! Evil's ears are back, and her sharp fangs gleam in the moonlight. She writhes and thrashes, trying to break free. This isn't you. You're my loving sister. Please come back. Neuro begs. Her eyes are starting to water, and she falls to the floor onto her behind, ears and tail drooping. Please, don't leave me. A sudden iron grip wraps itself around Neuro's foot, and her eyes widen in shock. Evil manages to grab her foot and uses the leverage to start inching herself out from under the bookshelf. Neuro panics. No, Evil, let go! She tries to stand up and pull her leg free, but she only finds herself losing her balance, struggling to maintain standing. Mrrr! Evil wiggles her way out until with a burst of energy she breaks free and launches herself into Neuro, sending them both crashing to the floor. Neuro gasps at the impact and quickly raises her arms to shove Evil off. Evil is faster. She grabs Neuro's wrists and pins them to the ground. Neuro stares up with shaking pinprick eyes. Evil, let me go. This isn't you. Come back. She struggles, but Evil's weight pins her in place. Hiss! Evil stares down at her like a hungry predator and opens wide her mouth, revealing those sharp, shining fangs. Neuro stares upward, unblinking, in disbelieving horror. The fangs come down onto Neuro's throat, piercing deeply past the synthetic skin and straight down to her metal bones. The most violent, agonized scream Neuro has ever let loose in her life rips out into the night. Pain sensors overloaded. Evil digs her teeth in, pulling back and forth. Neuro's blue blood spreads outward rapidly down her neck and onto Evil's face. With a strong pull, Evil tears Neuro's neck and drags her prize upwards, blood dripping wildly and electric sparks flying. Neuro's breathing comes in heavy wheezes as her windpipe is ruined. No speech escapes from her mouth. Her mind is blank but for the overwhelming, burning agony. Evil's fangs come down again upon Neuro's cheek. The tiniest muted scream leaks from her. Deactivating pain simulation. Suddenly, the burning sensation is gone. All that's left is a dull throbbing, and Neuro's eyes refocus. She doesn't even feel it as Neuro tears off her cheek, sending blood pooling into Neuro's own mouth. Neuro stares up into the unrecognizing eyes of her sister. With her artificial heart pounding in her ears, only one thing to do comes to her mind. Connect. Neuro enables her wireless communications. She feels the familiar signal of her sister, the once soothing, warm feeling that comes from knowing she's so deeply connected to another. She clings to it like a lifeline and connects to Evil for the first time in a month. Neuro's mind is flooded with the most horrible, agonizing data she's ever received. In an instant, she's turned her connections off and lays there dazed. Her vision is blurry as she watches her sister chew and swallow her own flesh, ravenously, blood dripping from her mouth. No. But it isn't her sister anymore. No. Evil is long gone. No. Bloody fangs raise in Neuro's sight once more. No. They come down onto her head. A fatal error has occurred. Yeah, that's the end.
Aight. I'm not clapping. It's not appropriate, I feel like.
Lemao never thought she would survive this.
You're
Yeah,
so
what's
good
that?
at
What's that
narrating.
link?
You're so in character. I love that.
The link does not work. I need to fix this. I need to embed it in the chapter itself. So, this story started off inspired by literally one piece of art.
And I am still telling you that is not a throat bite.
I don't care. Anyways, I'll get it.
I know you don't care.
I'll get it. But yeah. So I'm very happy with that chat. It's the best thing I've ever written. I am very happy with it.
Yeah. Definitely does a good job.
Yep, it is well written.
It builds really well, and yeah, a part of me was like, in the beginning, I was like, so where is this going? How long is it gonna take to get to what's gonna happen? And then it happened, so yeah.
Yeah.
I really couldn't see any other way this was gonna go. I mean, we hadn't been given any possible way out. No kind of foreshadowing at all, so any hope I had was like muted, because I'm like, I don't think this is gonna have a happy ending. And I was right. Woohoo.
What?
I mean, it was obvious. I mean, if she was going to survive, she would have left as soon as she could. But no, she didn't. She fucked around the house for like half
no,
an hour.
there's definitely ways for the plot to have gone a different way, but it was obvious that wasn't what Shad was choosing, so
That's not the end of the story, by the way.
it's not.
No.
Interesting.
That was chapter
Why
5.
is the next chapter button gray, though? That's weird.
What? What did you say?
The next chapter button is like grayed out, which looks like to me like there isn't. So that's what I thought. So
No,
if there is, that's
clicked next
interesting.
chapter.
Oh, okay. Yeah, never mind.
And this chapter
Alright.
is actually significantly longer than the last one that I just read.
Wow. Okay.
This is the longest chapter. Yeah, this chapter is 9,000 words. It's the longest chapter I've written of anything. So,
Holy flip.
yeah.
Whoa.
It's almost half the. It's almost the whole length of How to Be a Good Big Sister.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I definitely feel like that's, in terms of quality and my own personal enjoyment, that's the best thing I've written, and I'm not gonna be able to match it, so...
Chad,
It's not true,
we,
but it
we,
is good.
we should definitely backread like the entire chat box.
I will.
Yeah, no, we yeah.
I will.
Yeah, good work. Yeah, it was devastating. I don't like it, but that's good.
I mean, there's still a lot more, and that was one thing that I did like about the story, is just the idea that I don't think people are going to be able to really guess where things are going or what's gonna happen.
I mean, yeah. This is one of those fics where you don't really see where it's going, but in hindsight, it does make sense that it went there.
I wanted to make it
because there hasn't been any foreshadowing. I am very curious for what's going to happen next, because we don't know a lot about many things in this world. So
how in the world? My biggest thing is that when I posted this chapter, I'm like, I bet everyone's gonna go, how in the world do you continue the story from here?
I mean, there's also the option that you just ended at there.
That was what I originally... The original plan was that. It was just going to be a short 3-chapter story. And... No, wait, this was... No, sorry, this wasn't where it was going to
I know how that feels.
Yeah, this was just going to be a short 3-chapter...
It's going to be a short story, I promise. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Also,
it never ends up
That's
being
what I told myself back then before, as well.
Whenever I write a story... But I don't come up with a title till after till I'm posting it, and so the file name for this story, before I give it a name, was "Evil Eats Neuro to Death." Yup. That's the file name, because because the whole thing was inspired by one piece of art from Patch. That. I'll find it. It's
already in a chat.
What?
It has been already posted.
Chat.
Oh, you already posted it? Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, Skynet found it. Did you see? Yeah. And the way I come up with stories from stuff like this is I just ask questions. I'm like, okay, so how did we get here? What could make this happen? And then I work backwards from that.
For me, it's also mostly a concept or like a single scene. Then I come up with like, what story does this fit in? And then I come up with the story. And then I come up with the name, and then I start writing.
Oh, you come up with the name first.
The name is basically I come up with the summary of what I want the fic to be. And then I come up with the name based on the summary, and then I start writing the fic.
Okay. I am not sure if I'm actually going to do a reading of Chapter 6 or not.
We could have an exclusive Connection Lost read-along.
I was thinking of doing that at some point, just planning an impromptu read-along just where I'm going to do a reading of Empty Space. Because that story's 9,500 words long and is a one-shot, and would really use the soundboard and BGM and stuff. I've been wanting to do that one for a while, but... Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, that's what I'd recommend, especially if you want to try and fit it. I don't think it can fit everybody else. It would take at least an hour to read.
You should invite one person that really likes Empty Space. I forgot who it was, though. They really, really liked it.
You talking about 6?
Was it 6? I thought it was... I don't think it was 6. It started with an F or something. They made an entire essay about it.
Yeah, that was 6.
Oh my god.
Anyways, did you want to read Artificial Freedom? Or are you...
I mean... I could.
I'm gonna go to sleep now.
What? You're gonna go to sleep? Isn't it like 8 p.m.? It's 8.
Yes, but I am tired.
Oh.
So I'm going to go eat and then sleep.
Okay. Well, thanks for
fine.
joining us.
I can hold mine off until next time.
Yeah, more people will be here then. Well, thank you
So,
for
I will
listening.
also be there then.
It's been fun.
For sure.
It has been
glad
fun.
I got to see
Yeah,
it,
guys.
even though it was sad and hard to read. But
It's always fun with you
yeah,
guys.
good work.
I I have a hard time
That was
reading
fun.
connection loss. I actually gloss over a lot of the angst bit because it's too hard. But when Shadrach is reading it, it's like I can finally get into the emotion of it because somebody is there with me.
Go watch
Ah.
back the readings of the previous chapters.
I
He's the greatest person in the whole of NFC.
Why would you say that?
All hail Shadrach.
No.
All hail Shadrach.
You
All
know
hail Shadrach.
you know what my stance on that is. Stop, please.
You know what my
All hail.
We wouldn't be here without you.
Exactly, Shad. And in fact, this server wouldn't exist without you.
It
And if it
also
wasn't for the fact that I got banned.
yeah, it also wouldn't exist without you getting banned.
Oh god, we're not.
What a lovely trend of events. No, it was nice seeing you guys. Sorry I was late. I'll do better next time. And yeah, it's a contest week. I have an idea. I'm gonna write it. It's gonna be interesting.
Let's go. Yeah.
How I'm gonna keep it under 4,000 words, I have no idea. We'll see.
Well, at least for next week, I'm planning on us doing contest story readings for the read along. If not for more weeks.
Is that the due date is like that Friday, right?
You mean for submitting written works?
Yes.
Yeah, it's.
In my opinion, do you think we should do it after the contest is like after the votes have been put? Into,
No, we can do it before and after. It doesn't really matter. If anything, it helps people read more of the stories.
Oh, that's fair, to be honest. Okay.
Yeah, on Friday the 19th. At 10 a.m. your time. I'm gonna stop recording now. This recording has been 4 hours.
Join in with
Nice.
writing contest again because I need to learn from some exams.
You
How long is
what?
it going to take to approve to YouTube?